Hello and good morning, everyone. We're going to get started in about 1 minute. So if you please come and make your way to the seats. And we have some seats up here for you all as well, for our VIPs that are coming here this morning. A little housekeeping before we get started is if you do not want to be on film or photography or video, please sit here on the left side and you will not be on video or any photos. If you are seated anywhere in the middle or on the right side of me, you will be in all the photos and all the videos. All right? Sounds good. So I would like to go ahead and get started this morning. We have a jam-packed day. It's going to be a great day today for our 18th annual Human Trafficking Awareness Conference. And I would like to introduce my dear friend to get us started, President and CEO of United Abolitionists, Inc., Tomas Lars.
So good morning and happy 2026 to everyone. We're so just delighted that you're here with us again. And for those from across the country, welcome to sunny, warm Central Florida. So I'm going to read my comments because many of you know that I'll get distracted and probably talk too much. So like Dr. Wickey said, my name is Tomas Lars. I'm the founder and president of United Abolitionists. On behalf of our host team, the UCF Rose and our partners, it is an honor to welcome you to our 18th annual Human Trafficking Awareness Conference. It is hard to believe that 18 years ago this month, a small group of abolitionists made their own signs and decided to gather for the first annual Human Trafficking Awareness Day at Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. Little did we know that our act of passion that day to seek justice for those precious individuals being victimized by human trafficking was not just a one-time event, but it has turned into a movement across our community and beyond. Little did we know that just 2 hours away, right here in Palm Beach, Florida, a trafficker and criminal named Jeffrey Epstein was recruiting, grooming, and trafficking countless lives, robbing their innocence. Thank you for being here, advocates, law enforcement, prosecutors, healthcare providers, educators, faith and community leaders, students, researchers, and forefront service providers, but mostly those with lived experience who are here today, and this is the reason we gather. Your presence says something powerful, that the issue matters, that we're willing to do the hard, coordinated work it takes to protect people and build pathways to safety and justice. Human trafficking thrives in silence, isolation, and misinformation. It thrives when systems don't communicate, when communities look away, when victims are treated like offenders. Today is about the opposite. Today is about visibility, collaboration, and action. Grounded in dignity and driven by the belief that every person deserves to live free from exploitation. I also want to take a moment to recognize the reality that many people in this room carry. For survivors, these conversations can be personal and heavy. For practitioners, the work can be relentless. So as we begin, let's commit to a conference culture that is trauma-informed, survivor-centered, and respectful, one that prioritizes safety, confidentiality, and compassion. Over the years, I've learned something that remains true. No single agency, organization, discipline, or community can address human trafficking alone. Prevention, identification, prosecution, and restoration each require partnership. And partnership requires trust, built through shared learning, honest conversations, and a willingness to improve what we do and how we do it. So here's what I hope we leave with today, beyond notes and contact list. A clear understanding of what is human trafficking and what it looks like in our own communities. Stronger tools to respond effectively and ethically. Deeper relationships across systems. And a renewed commitment to the long work of freedom. Because awareness is just the beginning, but action is the measure. To everyone who helped plan this conference, our sponsors, volunteers, speakers, exhibitors, and staff. To the wonderful team here at Rosen College School of Hospitality. By the way, the #1 hospitality school in the world now. Yeah. Thank you for your countless hours behind the scenes that brought us to this moment. In a few moments, we'll begin our program, and you'll hear from leaders and lived experience subject matter experts who will challenge us, equip us, and encourage us. I invite you to lean in fully today, ask questions, share what you know, and connect with somebody outside your usual circle. The conversation you have in the hallway may become the collaboration that changes outcomes for real people. Again, welcome to the 18th Annual Human Trafficking Awareness Day Conference. Thank you for your commitment, thank you for your service, and thank you for choosing to stand on the side of freedom. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jessica Wickey, the executive, you're right. So you've met Dr. Wickey, but see, thank you. Our team is amazing. I want to introduce our Orange County Mayor, Jerry Demings. He could not be with us here in person today, but he sent us a special video to watch.
Brings together government stakeholders, businesses, community partners, and allies to share information and strategies for combating human trafficking. In 2018, Orange County government began funding the Women's Center, a short-term residential program for adult female survivors of human trafficking. Orange County is the only county in Florida that has ever funded a human trafficking residential program. By working together, we can all help survivors recover from human trafficking and lead a healthy and productive life. In Orange County, we are fortunate to have organizations like the United Abolitionists and others leading efforts to elevate the understanding of this issue and bring resources to the Central Florida region. As I conclude my remarks, I'm proud to present a proclamation in recognition of the efforts being made to address human trafficking. Whereas, in 2010, by presidential proclamation, President Obama declared January National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And every year since, each president has followed this tradition. And whereas human trafficking affects all types of individuals, both foreign and domestic, and involves the commercial exchange and exploitation of humans, including forced prostitution, involuntary labor, servitude, and debt bondage. And whereas the International Labor Organization estimates that there are 50 million victims of human trafficking globally, with women and children disproportionately vulnerable. And whereas it is also estimated that forced labor and sex trafficking is a $236 billion industry worldwide. And whereas Florida is the third highest state for human trafficking cases in the United States. And whereas on January 11, 2009, our community came together to shed light on the scourge of human trafficking, encouraging Orange County residents to join forces towards combating modern-day slavery and human trafficking. And whereas for the past 18 years, tens of thousands of Central Floridians have been educated and moved to take action to stop this horrific crime. And whereas for over a decade, survivors have been empowered through restorative and healing programming. And whereas on January 22nd, United Abolitionists and the University of Central Florida Rosen College of Hospitality Management will host the 18th Annual Human Trafficking Awareness Day Conference to unite community leaders, advocates, and experts in addressing the global human trafficking crisis. Now, therefore, I, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Orange County Mayor, do hereby proclaim January 22nd, 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Day in Orange County, Florida, and commend the perseverance and dedication of all those involved in protecting human rights and individual freedom by working to eliminate human trafficking. Done and ordered this 22nd day of January. 2026.
Thank you, Mayor Demings, and I know Dr. Tracy Salem is here representing Orange County, so please give the mayor my thank you personally as well. It's my honor to introduce our state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit, Monique Worrell. And State Attorney Worrell has just been so instrumental. We have an amazing diversion program, one of the only ones in Florida, one of the few in the country, to help those who have been trafficked, those who have been exploited by this horrific crime, to have their charges dropped. It's called the Fresh Start Program, and it's been very successful. So State Attorney, please share what's on your heart.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tomas. It is a pleasure and an honor to join you again as we continue our shared mission to confront one of the most devastating crimes in our society, human trafficking. As I know you are all aware, human trafficking does not begin with crime. It begins with vulnerability, addiction, abuse, poverty, homelessness, isolation. These conditions create openings for traffickers to exploit people who have already been failed by systems meant to protect them. That is why our response must be twofold. We must hold traffickers accountable, and we must offer survivors a real path out. At the State Attorney's Office, we remain committed to doing both, breaking the cycle through diversion, and one of the most powerful tools we have, as Tomas mentioned earlier, is our prostitution diversion program, also known as Fresh Start. This program reflects the simple truth. Many people charged with prostitution are not criminals. They are victims of trafficking, coercion, and trauma. Fresh Start gives eligible participants the opportunity to have their case dismissed, to learn how trafficking operates, to understand their legal rights, and access counseling, addiction treatment, housing, and employment services. But most importantly, it gives them something the system rarely offers. It gives them a second chance. Since the program was relaunched in 2024, 74 individuals have successfully completed Fresh Start. And 50 of them were first-time offenders. That's 74 people no longer trapped in exploitation. 74 people connected to services, and 74 lives redirected. That is what success looks like. This program, this progress, is the result of extraordinary leadership from Assistant State Attorney and now Director of our Domestic Violence Unit, Ryan Whitaker. And I don't know if Ryan made it here yet this morning, but I know she will be here today. And the unwavering dedication of our community partners, including United Abolitionists and One More Child, who ensure that every participant is treated with dignity, compassion, and real support. Fresh Start is not symbolic. It's measurable, and it's working. We're also holding human traffickers accountable. At the same time, we've sent a clear message to traffickers: this community will not tolerate exploitation. This year, in collaboration with a multi-agency investigations task force, our office secured a life sentence against a significant trafficker in this community who preyed upon a 14-year-old girl. That case represents the very worst of this crime and the very best of what justice demands. We will continue to pursue maximum accountability for those who profit from human suffering, zero tolerance, and no excuses. Traffickers belong in prison. Survivors belong in support systems. As we look ahead, we remain committed to expanding Fresh Start, increasing access to diversion, and strengthening partnerships that allow us to meet people where they are before exploitation becomes a life sentence of its own. The fight against human trafficking is not theoretical, it's happening now in our courts, in our neighborhoods, and in the lives of the people we serve. Together, we are proving that justice can be both firm and compassionate, and that when we invest in people, real change follows. Thank you for being a part of this work.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your powerful words. Next up, I would love to welcome to the stage our Orange County Sheriff, John Mina.
Thank you, Dr. Wickey, and good morning to all of you. And as we spend time to focus on ending human trafficking in Central Florida and across the United States, and let me just thank all of you for what you do in your space to prevent and end human trafficking. I know many of you, just by the work you have done, goes unnoticed, but has probably also saved lives. Just know that we know that. In whatever space you're in, we appreciate what you do. It takes all of us, not just law enforcement, not just the state attorney's office. It takes all the nonprofits and everyone to pull together to end human trafficking. We are very fortunate here in Central Florida and Orange County specifically. We are one of the few areas that has a task force specifically designed to end human trafficking. Our deputies and officers from all over the region, all over Orange and Osceola County, are assigned to the NBI task force, and that unit, those deputies assigned to the human trafficking side of NBI, all they do is human trafficking. They don't do other cases. They do human trafficking cases. And so last year alone, they arrested 66 human traffickers. We responded to over 200 human trafficking tips. We recovered 87 victims of human trafficking. Thank you. And unfortunately, 26 of those 87 were juveniles. 26. And so it's not just about the numbers. So I'm going to talk about one of those victims. We'll just call her Angela. It's not her real name. So last year, we were doing a human trafficking operation involving hotels and motels. And we found this 15-year-old who was being trafficked by her biological father and biological mother and 2 other adults. We were able to arrest everyone involved and save that victim from that life of being trafficked. And because of the testimony, because of the investigation and the great work by that agent at the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation, the parents, they saw the writing on the wall. They gave up their parental rights to Angela. And she's 16 now. She's doing fine. We were able to get her the services that she needed, and hopefully on the path to recovery. And so I just want to thank our victim advocates at the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigation who do the hard work after we find these victims of human trafficking. And let me just say this, the state attorney mentioned the prostitution aspect of it. When I started 35 years ago, we would arrest a prostitute and take them to jail and not think anything of it. Now our deputies and officers in this area are trained to recognize that, wait a minute, there's more to the story here. There's more that's going on. Let's see if we could find the actual trafficker. Let's see if we can hold that person accountable rather than just solve the problem because someone complained about a prostitute in front of their business. So that work is going on. Additionally, and it's fitting that we were at we're at UCF Hospitality College, or in the Rosen Center, because over the past several years, our deputies and detectives have trained hotel and motel staff to recognize those signs of human trafficking, recognize that, hey, these young women have these nice clothes and are staying in a hotel room. That's not right. Let me call law enforcement so we can investigate. When I talked about those 87 victims that we recovered, that's how a number of them are recovered, because a motel or hotel staff person called us up and said, hey, these young girls, they're in this hotel room, there's this older guy always hanging around, there's people in and out, and that's unfortunately, that is the tragedy that happens. So that's why we need to keep training our hotel and motel staff to recognize those signs. We're also very supportive of the Attorney General's Truckers Against Trafficking initiative. That work is still going on. And what that does, it trains truck drivers who are in a very unique position because they're at truck stops and gas station and rest areas all along our highways, all across the United States and all across Florida, to see that's going on. You know, here's this UPS truck driver. He's driving along. He stops in the rest stop, and he's like, "Wait a minute. What are these young girls? You know, what are they doing here? Who is that older guy?" So, in an effort to notify law enforcement that something is awry and something's going on, and to save, even if we could just save just one, it's a win for us. So all that work continues, and just know that I think we're very fortunate, again, in Central Florida, because of all of you, because of all the people who are involved in this, and decided a long time ago that we're not going to sweep this under the rug like many other communities. We're going to recognize that this happens not only here, but across the United States and across the world, and do something about it. And from arrest to prosecution to getting the victims the services they need. So thank you again for the great work that you all do in this community. And remember that, well, I'm telling you that from someone who's been in law enforcement for 35 years. Your work saves lives. It saves lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sheriff John Mina, for your leadership all these years. We appreciate you. Let's give the Sheriff another round of applause. Before I introduce our next special speaker, I just want to recognize too, I know that there is probably board members here, advisory board partners of ours here, other elected officials. I know Senator Rick Scott could not make it, but his representative is here today, Javier. Is there any other elected official or appointee here? We just want to thank you and recognize you. So thank you for being here. We also have a virtual audience, by the way, from all over the world watching, which we'll hear a little bit more about. So hello. So our next speaker is someone that I've known, for many, many years. And he gave me a Christmas present this past year, becoming the new director for the Metropolitan Bureau Investigation. That vice unit that the sheriff mentioned, that is unique and just unprecedented in the country, and it's right here in our community. I'm going to ask Director Ramirez, he's here this morning, if he'll come up and share with us a few words.
I don't know who Gibbs was talking about, and I'm going to correct you too, because he says that Central Florida was warm. I came up here and it was still 40, so not good for a Puerto Rican to be in that kind of weather. It's not healthy. First of all, thank you so much for the invite, Tomas. It's great to be back home. It's great to be back in Orlando, and especially to be back in MBI. And maybe you don't know who I am, and that's fine, but I'll tell you this. I accepted that responsibility that was given to me by the board to become the director because I believe in what I do when it comes to human trafficking. I was one of the founding members of that unit that the sheriff was talking about, and I left, and I believe that to this day, the reason of where I'm at today as MBI, in MBI, is because of the work we did there. My first step when I came in was to call Tomas and tell him, hey, I want to meet with all your partners right away. This director is not going to be disconnected from the services that you guys provide. And that day, we created what is now known as the MBI Directors Human Trafficking Advisory Board. The second step I did was to meet with the DCF. Do we have DCF employees here? Only one? Oh, that's going to change. That's going to change. The second step I did was to meet with DCF because, as you know, we have a lot of juveniles that are missing and they're engaging in commercial sex, victims of human trafficking. And I then met with all my agents and I told them this. This is not about creating human trafficking investigations. I'm not about numbers. You're not going to hear me talking about how many cases we cleared. This is about making sure that no one in our community continues to be invisible. That is my commitment to all of you. I cannot do this by myself. It's impossible. The sheriff said it. The state attorney said it. I am not going to be doing this by myself. I'm going to ask every single one of you to take events like this to heart. Awareness is not about just knowing what's happening. This month is not just the month that we're going to talk about human trafficking. If you know me, you're going to get tired of seeing me telling you this. I am going to call you out, not from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. This job is serious. We're going to be working 24/7 to make sure we stop, we eliminate, we reduce. The message for the traffickers is clear. Look me up. I'm going to duplicate what I used to do times 15 by the end of this year. Be aware. Victims, you're no longer going to be invisible to this director. I am going to be there making sure that everybody in this room will provide you the services that you so much deserve. We are going to stop that abuse. And I was supposed to talk just for 5 minutes. I think I went over my time, but thank you so much for whatever it is that you do. Keep doing it. Do not wait for anybody to tell you, great job. You know what you're doing. Thank you. You have a friend, and if you want to get in contact with me, I will give you my cell phone number. Not publicly. Get me in the corner and I'll give it to you. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yes, perfect. That was great. Thank you, Director Ramirez.
Thank you, Tomas.
Dr. Wickey.
Here you go. Thanks, bud. Hi. I have the honor to introduce my friend and fellow UCF colleague, the amazing Dr. David Metcalf from the Institute for Simulation and Training. Hi, David.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. Let me get my...
You guys having fun yet? It's going to be a great day today. A lot of learning is happening, right? Absolutely. Hi, David.
Hi, thank you. So Jessica asked me if I would give you sort of a speed tour and update of something we've been working on here very hard for the past couple of years, to take some of our best technology that we have from across law enforcement, military, and across this community here at Rosen, and start to apply that technology to the fight against human trafficking. So with that being said, some of the things that we're trying to do, just to give you a bottom line up front, is to take some of the best technology we have for AI, reduce the demand, give opportunities for people to see what they're actually getting involved in through a firewall that presents them with that message, and then to really take that military-grade AI technology and bring it to make law enforcement more efficient, to make the process more streamlined, and to mobilize all of you, might be trained citizens, using some of the training from the center, and some of the team members that are part of the nonprofit, UCF, and partner community. So thank you all for what you do. We have a SHIELD app that is for law enforcement to be able to have easy access to some of this information and to be able to have AI do a lot of the hard work of pulling together some of that information. And the AI Hunter bots are something that can actually help with that investigation, using model warrants, using some of these techniques, and then have an overall systemic goal to try and scale this so that it's something that could be used very widely. We're in that beta testing and prototyping phase. The Institute for Simulation and Training, we have a lot of this technology. We've used it for years with the military and with other parts of law enforcement. And our lab, the META lab, Mixed Emerging Technology Integration Lab, has been at the forefront of this too. But really what it comes down to is that Florida's open for business and closed for trafficking. I love when the center came up with that, and had to say it, had to get it in there. Alan, thank you. And this is really how this pyramid comes together too, to try and make sure that we're using a firewall to affect buyers, to let them know what they might be getting themselves into, what the penalties are for this too, and that it's serious, and hopefully reduce some of that demand. Knowing we're not going to reduce all demand, we have to make sure that we're empowering law enforcement to make sure that they know what tools they can use and make those tools easy to use, make them accessible, as easy as just speaking into your phone or going to a chat blank and being able to type something in and starting to get evidence. The way that evidence comes together is some of the way that law enforcement or an anonymous tip might pull it together automatically, though. So you would have things like counter threat financing, big word for how do you follow the money? How do you track that and make sure that we're following that? We've got great military techniques for doing that. And then also to have geointelligence. It's the breadcrumb trail of people's movement, social media, and being able to do pattern recognition so that you see when it's something that's organized by organized crime, and putting those different pieces together too. That's where the SHIELD app makes it easy for law enforcement to access that across multiple databases all coming together. I mentioned about the firewall. This is something that if we can start to get some of the major networks, some of the major providers of good information about travel and tourism and entertainment, all to come together to work in the fight against this, we have tools to empower them to make sure that people who are coming to their network legitimately aren't also engaged in other things. And that's where the buyer beware, built by some of the students at UCF we're very proud of, is an example of some of those tool sets. Finally, for law enforcement and our partners with groups like Dark Watch, which is a spin-out from UCF through our I-Corps program, the Innovation Corps, from National Science Foundation, we've seen that these commercial products are available to do heat maps of where there's problems in this area, to pull that together with an ID check and verification for hotels and other entertainment venues, and also tools like Blue Fusion, which has been helping law enforcement for years by aggregating all the best tools for social media analysis, for some of the different functions of being able to track patterns of life for people and put those together with the tools we already have. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to be part of the community, build on what's there for the community, and also build out those things that maybe the community doesn't have yet, or that's been locked up behind military grade technologies, and bring those out for law enforcement and for the public. We want to do a version of this, and we're working on it right now, that would allow any concerned citizen to build an anonymous tip package, which conveniently looks very much like what law enforcement would collect and can be verified by them, and then put into a model warrant, subpoena, a BOLO, be on the lookout for, and automate a lot of that so that law enforcement can spend more time in investigation and fighting crime, less time in paperwork, and to automate a lot of that too, as if they had an assistant, the AI assistant in that. Those are the types of things that we have. We're pleased to show today for the first time some of that initial implementation of this too. We've been blessed by having some of the top warrants and subpoenas from across the state come in, be validated by some of our law enforcement professionals and by Alan and the team. Also, some of those things that would be patterns that you might see of emojis or of certain text that shows this is this particular trafficking ring, and we can start to take it to the top level and fight them against some of the things that, what are they in it for? The money. Follow the money. Those are the types of things that you see here too. So just an easy way to be able to go in and have a warrant. That's one of the top warrants from the state. Everybody likes it. The judge likes it. The prosecutors like it. Law enforcement likes it. We train the AI on that, and then the AI can go and pattern match against that, make it into a template that takes some of the things we've seen. Maybe some of these warrants are very complex. They've got a lot of evidence and a lot of data. Might take a day to 2, maybe even 3 days to put together by someone who's really good at doing this. We've gotten some of that down to 40 minutes in some of our testing. That's the type of efficiency for law enforcement that's going to lead to a much better return on investment of the time that they spend, the money that's put forward by the state, and how we, as concerned citizens, as academia, as nonprofit partners, can come together and support our law enforcement and give them some of those tools that are going to make that challenge much easier. That's why the legislature has put some effort and money and support towards this, and we're so thankful for that. And we've also had the opportunity to work closely with FDLE and all the other support organizations to come together to look at how we can really build this out. So I wanted to try and stick to time, and I know it's a speed tour, but be happy to talk to any of you who want to hear more about this as the day goes on today. So thank you so much, Jessica, for all of your wonderful work, and thanks for letting us participate.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, David. Absolutely. He is very humbly telling what's happening with this, but this is revolutionary. What we are working on with the Institute for Simulation and Training. The human trafficking triangle has the traffickers on one angle, it has the buyers on one angle, and it has the victims and survivors on one angle. We've often looked at the traffickers, we've looked at the victims and survivors. Our focus is now on the buyers. If we can slow and reduce or remove that demand, guess what? The whole triangle collapses. The ecosystem ends, and we stop it. So that's what we're using. Everybody says AI is, so much is going to happen for AI. But guess what? AI never eats, sleeps, takes a nap. All it does is work, work, and work. So we're putting it to work for good, for us. We're going to have them hunting those buyers, right? Hunting them online. And then we're going to find them and feed them right to law enforcement so that they can get out there and catch the bad guys. So listen, we are so excited. Where did David go? Somewhere around here? David, because this is great stuff. Thank you so much. Give another round of applause for Dr. David Metcalf. Okay. So I wrote this speech, but I don't feel like speaking. I don't feel like reading it now. Yes, we're going to go off the cuff. So you guys, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Jessica Wickey Byrd, and I have the honor to lead the UCF Center for the Study of Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery. It is a great honor that I stepped into by happen chance. Some of you may have heard this story before, but we are a hospitality college. We're the #1 hospitality and tourism college in the world, and we're very proud of that. And I came here from industry. I had worked 25 years in the hospitality and the tourism industry. I had worked in luxury lodging, I had worked in live entertainment and production, and I'd worked in food and beverage. And I had never heard the term human trafficking. I heard prostitution, I heard domestic violence, I heard abuse, but I never heard human trafficking. And in 2019, I invited my dear friend Tomas to come in here and talk to my students right here in this very room. 200 of my students came in, and we spoke for 1 hour. 1 hour, what is trafficking? What identifying characteristics are trafficking in the hospitality industry? What grooming tactics might traffickers use online to traffic you, to groom you? At the end of 1 hour, I said, okay, students, how many of you think you might have witnessed trafficking? 30 hands went up. And one female student came to me at the end, and Tomas and his team, and said, Professor Wickey, I think I'm about to be trafficked. I met my boyfriend online. He's asking me for naked pictures. He's asking me to go strip at the nightclub. I think I need help. And indeed, it was a trafficker grooming her. And Tomas and his amazing team were able to help her right then, connect with her parents, and save her from trafficking. And that, thank you, yes, thank you. That didn't sit light with me. That really affected me to the core. These are my kids in my house. We have a duty. These are the future general managers of hotels, restaurants, convention centers, events, entertainment, spa and wellness, everything out there. We have the duty to teach them to be able to identify and report trafficking, and then them take that to their teams, inevitably creating an army of abolitionists, right? So we got to work. We wrote curriculum, launched it in 2020. It's online in our internship courses, so no matter which degree they declare, every student coming through here as an undergraduate will get this training. And now, as of this semester, we have educated more than 6,500 future leaders. Our army of abolitionists. So exciting, right? You can feel my passion because nobody out there needs to be a slave. There's 27 million people enslaved in the world right now. Right now. It's a $236 billion industry. But what we're all doing here today, every single one of you is helping to start to slow that. So I'm so thankful and so grateful you're here today. I want to take the time to thank our online viewers for coming in and seeing us and staying with us via our brand new YouTube channel. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to give a few shout outs to some people in the room that have really made a difference. So I would like, if you're part of the UCF Center for the Study of Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery Advisory Board, will you please stand for some recognition? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And if you're part of the United Abolitionist, Inc. Advisory Board, please can you stand for some recognition? Thank you, Dr. Davis. And thank you all. And to our amazing leadership here at the #1 hospitality and tourism program in the nation and the world, to our faculty and leaders, would you please stand to be recognized? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And my amazing, small but mighty team gets to do all this great work. And I want to say, my amazing project manager, Mayara Martinez, put this whole event on. Let's give it up for May. She is the best. She thinks of everything. Love it. And so thank you guys for being here today. We're going to go right on schedule. And so we have some housekeeping reminders. Again, if you do not want to be on video or photographed, please sit in the red zone to my left. And if you need to talk to someone, we are going to talk about hard topics today. We're going to talk about some things that are hard, as you all know if you're in the fight. If it's a lot and you need to talk to somebody, we have resources here and virtual. So I ask you now, if you need any help, please take a picture and feel free to text that number, okay? Oh, and it's on the program. See, she thinks of everything. It's on the program schedule. So we're going to go right into our first session in just 1 minute, but I wanted to remind everybody, so we have amazing sessions happening today. Our first is going to be from Kailey Pate Carter, our Bright Project Manager with our partner university at the University of South Florida. And she's going to be talking about advanced coordinated care and data-driven efforts in Florida's fight against human trafficking. And then we're going to, yes, it's so exciting, so exciting. Then we're going to take a very short break. Then we're going to have a panel of voices of resilience, from exploitation to systemic change, a survivor-led dialogue on grooming, tech accountability, and the journey to reclamation. And that's going to be moderated by our amazing Olivia Littleton as well. Yay. And then we'll have this is very exciting, we have the premiere, first time ever seen, for our Edwin Rose, our film and documentary filmmaker, and he's going to show his premiere of Chained Silence Speaks. Really excited about that. She's there. I know. I'm in the video. It's great. So excited. It's my debut. Yay. So, and then we're going to have some lunch. We're going to have beautiful sub platters and some Cuban sandwiches and some Chick-fil-A sandwiches and all sorts of goodies. Everything will happen in this room except for lunch. That will happen in that room. Just follow the students. And then you'll say, this way to lunch. My beautiful student volunteers, will you wave for us over here? Yes, so they'll be directing you. Thank you, students. And then we're going to close out the day. We're going to have another session from Megan Lundstrom, CEO of Polaris. And we'll have a case for demand from the EPIK project. And then we'll end with a closing call with myself and Tomas. So we'll end promptly by 4 o'clock, okay? We hope you can stay with us the whole day. But if you can't, we hope you'll join us on YouTube and continue watching. With that, I welcome you to the 18th Annual Human Trafficking Awareness Conference. Thank you. And now I would love to invite Kailey to the stage for her presentation. And while she's getting set up, If you all need any facilities, they're right out these doors to the right, down the hallway around the corner, okay? And there's both the facilities for ladies and gentlemen on that side, if you need anything. There's also some coffee for you all out in the corridor. And just outside the doors, there's all sorts of cool water and drinks, soft drinks. Make yourself at home. This is your house for the day. Everything you have out there is for you. So you don't have to ask, just take it, drink it, enjoy it. Okay? Sound good? Are you guys ready? Yes, let's get pumped up. Are we ready for this, guys? Yeah? All right. Thank you, Kailey.
Thank you. All right. I want to make sure I got all
Absolutely.
this. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning? Awesome. Awesome. First, I do want to say thank you to the University of Central Florida's Center for the Study of Human Trafficking and Modern Day Slavery, as well as United Abolitionists for putting on this conference and for allowing me to present today. For those of you that I have not yet had the opportunity to meet, my name is Kailey Carter, and I serve as the project manager for Bright and Tipster, which are two projects out of the Trafficking in Persons Risk to Resilience Research Lab. I know that that's a very long name. We call it the TIP Lab for short, out of the University of South Florida. I'll share a little bit more on that today as well. My background is in psychology and criminology, and also from a place of lived experience. For me, education on this topic and the data that goes along with it is so important because I only came to recognize my experiences after I was in higher education. I like to say that I serve in the role as a project manager because my intention is to be in spaces that can make a tangible difference in people's lives. So when you remember your why, it doesn't feel like work. But my why is for those who, like me, are more than just their experiences, for those who may not recognize their exploitation, and for those who choose not to disclose it. So accurate and complete data collection on human trafficking has long been an issue globally, nationally, and in our state. Without data, there can appear to be no problem, no victims, no perpetrators. Without data, there's no foundation for evidence-based practices and policies. But according to the 2024 Tipster Annual Report, there may be 1.7 million survivors of human trafficking in Florida who are in need of services. There are many obstacles to gathering data. First, there is the lack of standardization. Every agency or organization collects data in their own unique ways, designed to fit their specific goals and objectives, like their grant reporting, other means that they have to report to as well. So while it's good that data is being collected, the lack of standardization makes it difficult to compare. However, we can't compare it when the data exists in these silos. So each agency and organization holds on to their own data, and until recently, there was no way to really aggregate that information and share the true scope of trafficking within our state. We would have those disparate estimates from each agency without seeing the whole picture together. And it is not easy to see the whole picture given that human trafficking is considered a hidden crime, and victims are often seen as invisible. Traffickers and buyers work very hard to prevent victims from reporting their victimization to official entities. And on top of this, many of us appear to the untrained eye to be a willing participant in the crimes that are perpetrated against us. So, before I can get started talking on the data, I do have to talk about the Trafficking in Persons Lab. So Dr. Joan Reed founded the TIP Lab in 2020 after a career as a licensed mental health counselor. So during this time, she was working with survivors of trafficking without even recognizing that we had that term for it. But once that the TVPA got signed into effect and she recognized this, she wanted to pursue academia to be able to make a larger difference versus just on that individual level. So Dr. Reed's vision for the lab was to build knowledge based on research and evidence-based practices, and then after that knowledge was gained, share it, and then provide all of that information back to the community as a resource. Considering her practitioner background, when we first started the Trafficking in Persons Lab, we did conduct an initial needs assessment where we spoke to hundreds of individuals all throughout the state of Florida, and we asked them what they needed. What would it be that would be beneficial for them and for the anti-trafficking movement? Overwhelmingly, for us, it was really exciting. It was surprising, but so many partners, including survivors, nonprofits, law enforcement, judicial representatives, policymakers, everybody said the same thing. They wanted data. They needed that data to drive action, funding, and policies. So as a result, we did set out to create Tipster, which is Florida's statewide repository for anonymous human trafficking data. So Tipster aggregates all of the available human trafficking data in the state to show us what the true scope looks like in Florida, and so that way we have a baseline to be able to measure any change that we have from. So this legislation, or this Tipster, was supported by the legislation Senate Bill 7064, and now this particular legislation is being replicated in other states such as Texas and Oklahoma. So the information in this presentation today, as well as all the information that is in our state report, is drawn from human trafficking data that was shared with Tipster and other partnerships within the Trafficking in Persons Lab. However, this data was collected by individuals who could collect and share their data, and so it may not necessarily be completely comprehensive. So meaning there may be missing data from individuals that were not able to share their information or couldn't fully collect that data. The second disclaimer that I do want to give is that this data is derived from a sample of a largely unidentified population of incidents, victims, and perpetrators, so the findings could have bias. We do always like to give that disclaimer when we're looking at the data because there's always more sources that could be added into it. So as you all can see, we did collect various existing publicly available data as well as data from agencies, so that's everything on the right-hand side. And in addition to that, we did deploy the first of its kind statewide victimization survey to capture that hidden figure that I mentioned earlier, or for those who may not necessarily have interacted with law enforcement, state agencies, or service providers. Additionally, we do have the Bright data, which is there on the left, but I'll talk more on that in just a minute. So I know that this image has circulated around quite a bit, but if this is your first time seeing it, this comes from our 2024 state report on human trafficking, and it does provide a snapshot of the state of Florida's risk and response metrics. A key point to highlight is that there's an estimated 200,000 victims of sex trafficking in the state, an estimated 540,000 victims of labor trafficking or labor exploitation, and an estimated 581,000 estimated victims of cyber exploitation. But you all will learn more about cyber exploitation in the next session, which I'm super excited for you guys for. But what's most important to notice from this particular screenshot is that Florida does have a lot of risk. So this is due to a variety of factors, like our high tourism industry. So think Disney, Universal, SeaWorld, the sports industry. We have a lot of major NFL teams, soccer leagues. We have so many cruise ports, airports, highways. And in addition, there are cities in Florida that are tied with Las Vegas for the number of adult entertainment industries per capita. I'm talking about Tampa. But all of these factors, in addition to many others, converge to create hotspots within our state. So as we talk about risk, it's also important to address how much demand we have in our state. So on this particular slide, you can see the hotspots of commercial sex ads that were posted within a 90-day period. So this was in the last quarter of 2024. This information was gathered by the University of Alabama's Institute for Data and Analytics, and it was shared with us for the state report. In our report in the coming year, we'll be able to compare trends over multiple 90-day periods so we can see what it looked like all throughout 2025. So although the number of commercial sex ads does not necessarily directly indicate cases of human trafficking, it is a representation of how much demand exists in our state and within each county. So in that top graphic there, the darker the color, the more demand that is existing. So from these particular graphics, we can see that Jacksonville, Orlando, and Tampa have the highest number of ads per city, with Jacksonville having nearly 60,000 unique ads posted in a 90-day period, Orlando with slightly over 23,000, and Tampa with slightly over 17,000. So continuing on with risk, there is also the illicit massage industry. They are a perpetrator of both sex and labor trafficking, and it's one of the largest and most network trafficking markets in the United States. So the information that is on this slide was provided to us by the network and then visualized by Allies Against Slavery, which is our partner for Tipster. And for those of you that don't know, an illicit massage business puts on that facade of a legitimate massage business, but instead facilitates commercial sex services. So as you can see in these particular figures, there's over 1,200 illicit massage businesses that have been identified in Florida. And in 2024, Orlando had 83, Miami had 76, and Fort Lauderdale had 65. So they were the top 3 cities throughout the state with the most IMBs still in operation. So we can use information like this to identify hotspots, and once we have those hotspots, we can begin to employ targeted human trafficking prevention strategies that are really focused geographically. So next, when we take a look at risk, we also want to make sure that we're looking at the prevalence of individuals that have experienced exploitation. So the results that you'll see on this slide and the next are from our first representative sample, the victimization survey. So this data was collected from a representative sample of 2,500 Floridians to be able to understand what that hidden trafficking, that hidden figure of trafficking looked like in our state. So these were people who typically would not make contact with law enforcement or any type of service providers. So to be able to determine the prevalence in Florida, we utilize the most validated screener, which is the QIIT. It is a short 4-item assessment where if somebody responds positively to just one question, there's an 80% likelihood that they've experienced trafficking. So once we had the numbers from the QIIT, we extrapolated that to the 18 million adults in Florida, and then got that total of an estimated 1.7 million adults who may have experienced trafficking and be in need of services currently in our state. And I do want to point out that these numbers also align with other crime victimization estimates. So after the estimate of the experience, the survey further broke down individual experiences into questions about sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And as you can see for those respondents, about 8% had experienced sex trafficking either as an adult or as a minor, and about 31% had experienced labor exploitation or labor trafficking. So this is some additional data that was pulled from the statewide victimization survey. So for the majority of the respondents, regardless of the type of exploitation that they had experienced, it did occur in Florida. One other interesting point to note is that there's differences in the sharing of experiences. So for each type of exploitation, more than half would share about the experience to someone that they knew. However, only 9 to 12% reported to a formal entity. So for me, this finding really rings true because although I hadn't recognized my experience as trafficking, I had shared the experience with trusted friends. In fact, I did not report my experience to law enforcement until more than 10 years after my exploitation had occurred. But as I've continued to work in this field, this is something that many other survivors have shared with me, that there's this general hesitancy to share to law enforcement versus a friend due to that potential label of being seen as a victim or prior negative interactions that they may have had with law enforcement during their trafficking experience, or from not knowing that they even should. So this is why raising awareness and sharing information about prevalence is so important. So while we do have a lot of risk in Florida, There is also a lot that we're doing with regard to response. So our annual report does detail out all of those various pieces of prevention, prosecution, protection, and policy, but I do want to take a moment to mention that these components of response cannot function in silos either. So just like that data, we do have to bring everything together. For example, to have successful protection, we have to have successful prevention. To have successful prosecution, we have to have successful policy. And all of this together is held by the glue of partnership. So, back to this graphic here. I told you guys we'd come back to Bright. But there are many initiatives throughout the state that serve to bring groups together, such as task forces, coalitions, commissions, or groups like this that bring many entities together. So although the fight against trafficking does happen at the local level, the need for resources extends outside of county jurisdictions to the entire state. So this is really what Bright is hoping to accomplish. As a statewide initiative, we're aiming to help to address coordination amongst the state versus just in an individual city or jurisdiction where resources can become limited quickly. So the data that can be gleaned from Bright is unique from that of these agencies here on the right of the graphic, because we're getting that real-time referral information from service providers, including service gaps and needs and demographics on survivors. So, what exactly is Bright? So Bright stands for Bridging Resource and Information Gaps in Human Trafficking. It's an online vetted resource referral network for those who provide services to or are looking for services for individuals that have experienced trafficking. Within Bright, we do have 5 tiers of vetting dependent on an organization's service provision, but I'll get more into those details shortly. But utilizing Bright allows organizations to also see the capacity of other partners and make referrals to them and have that security in knowing that the person that they're working with would be accepted. So also when organizations use the system, they're able to get access to their own personalized reports. So all of the impact that they're making, they're able to download that out right of the system, and they can provide that to grant funders or to private donors and really have that data that demonstrates their own impact. Also, as partners use the system, we can see over time where those service gaps and needs are with evidence versus just anecdotally. So I know that we all know that housing is such a huge need in our community for survivors. But considering that Bright tracks capacity, we can actually demonstrate how much need there is for housing in our state and really direct those funds towards these specific resources. And last but not least, everybody always asks, what's the cost? Well, it is free. As we continue building out the state, we made a promise to all of our community partners to keep the system free. So there's no pay to play, right? So organizations that are smaller but are still doing good work aren't going to be overseen by those larger organizations that may be receiving more funds. So this is a graphic of our methodology. I would be remiss if I did not include our wonderful Venn diagrams. Our project director, Dr. Shelley Wagers, loves her Venn diagrams. But everything that we incorporate and have incorporated into Bright is a result of speaking to the community. We're regularly engaging with, listening to, planning with. Everything that we do is based on those communications with nonprofits, survivors, law enforcement, state agencies, anybody really who could be involved in the anti-trafficking movement. Whatever they've shared with us as a need, we've attempted to incorporate it into Bright and into the system. So we're constantly going through that really iterative process before we make any changes to the Bright model or to the system. And once we do, we are testing out those changes as well. So I'm going to get a little researchy on you guys for a second. What does the Bright model look like in action? So throughout our development, we've utilized a process called Participatory Action Research, or PAR, because Participatory Action Research So long, right? We love our long names here at the TIP Lab. But speaking as someone with lived experience, it's great to use PAR with Bright because it lends to the empowerment and agency of survivors, because when you use PAR, you're directly involving the community that you want to work with in your research practice. It also helps the project maintain relevancy because we're always meeting with community partners and we're using that information to help implement the work that we're doing, but we're taking lived experience not just from survivors, but from nonprofits, law enforcement, to make all of those changes and really reform the system. So through participatory action research, collaboration with the community really supersedes those traditional research methods because we're maximizing all of that experiential knowledge of people who are working directly in the field. So I've talked a little bit about the data that Bright can provide, but what have we learned so far? So we have identified nearly 700 organizations all throughout the state that are able to serve individuals that have experienced trafficking. When we first started this list about 2 years ago, we had only identified about 400 partners, but we are constantly learning more about new ones every single day. So I do want to give the caveat, though, that most of these partners are not human trafficking specific services, but they are able to serve individuals that have experienced trafficking. So best practice is for a person with lived experience to be in a program that has dedicated human trafficking components, but we know that those needs typically extend past what we are able to provide specifically within that scope. What I do want to point out, though, is the most common service all throughout the state is being able to meet daily needs, such as hygiene products, clothing, food, childcare. So how bad or how good is our service landscape? So it's really great that we have identified all of these services, but this is what the true landscape of service provision looks like. So research and those of us with lived experience have indicated that crisis services, mental health, peer-led support, case management, and housing are among the top most critical services that help with a successful exit. So with all of these in mind, these are also those programs that should be human trafficking specific. Out of those 700 organizations that I just showed you, only 13% fall into those top 5 categories and are human trafficking specific. So you can really see the differences in specificity with the graph here on the right. So what is in green are the human trafficking specific services versus those who can serve HT survivors. I do want to specifically also point out the peer-led support. So while it's really great to have peers in other aspects like mental health or in substance use, in the anti-trafficking space, it works best when it is a peer that has lived experience with exploitation, because when we can truly relate to one another on that level and not those other components that go along with it, it really can support us in that recovery process. I do also want to take a moment to further break down this data, right? So these are these identified services again. This is showing you what is available by sex. So when we look at the graphic on the left, it seems like there's nearly equal services for men and women. But however, when we take that into consideration with the HT specificity and we break it down for men and women, we can see those huge differences. I really want to highlight on that top graphic, there are no residential services for males in the state of Florida that have experienced trafficking, no HT specific services. That is a huge need and a huge gap that we have in our state. It is great to see, though, that we do have services available in those other categories, but we are completely lacking in that area. So next, I do also want to break it down by age. So we do have a variety of those supportive services for both adults and minors, but again, that HT specific designation. So as we get deeper into the data, we can see that there are huge gaps for both minors and adults. There's just not enough HT specific services, which is so important because that is what we need to really be able to fully support survivors. And last, I wanted to show you all these available services by trafficking type. Again, there's no services for labor trafficking survivors, not even non-specific HT services for those residential programs. So it's really great, though, that we do have all of these services for sex trafficking survivors, and that there is a little bit more equity in the services that can serve them with that specific programming. We're going in the right direction, but we need to be able to see this for labor trafficking as well. So why am I going on and on about HT specificity, right? It's so important to have those safe, vetted services, because individuals who are working with survivors really need to have that understanding of complex trauma, the experiences that we've gone through, to be able to appropriately service. So what does an HT specific service look like? What does a safe service look like? We want those services that have been trained in human trafficking, are trauma competent, and are actively involving survivors in their program design while displaying transparency and accountability. As I mentioned earlier, one of the most important pieces of Bright is our vetting components. So with the help of our advisory council, and I know some of y'all are here today, and law enforcement, healthcare, nonprofits, survivors, those are all different groups that are represented on our advisory council. We did establish our vetting standards, which consist of over 111 components, depending on what types of services an individual offers. So when an organization chooses to join Bright, they'll go through these series of stages of vetting, where the minimum threshold that they have to meet is dependent on their service provision. So for example, if they're providing a service like daily needs, they will be at that bronze level to be able to add their services into the system. So what does bronze mean? We're doing online searches of their staff, of their board members, we're checking their online presence, we're making sure that they're acting in that trauma-informed, trauma-competent way. However, if it's a service that is more integrated when you're working with a survivor, like a residential program or a detox center, they would have to at least have a site visit, so get to that gold level before their services can be added into the system. So while it is tiered from pewter all the way up to platinum, any organization can get to the platinum level, but this is reserved for those who have exceeded standards more than 80% of the time in all of our vetting criteria, and they're active collaborators in the community. I do just want to give a shout out to Samaritan Village, because they're here today and one of our platinum partners. So, moving forward, since our statewide launch in July of 2024, we have successfully vetted and onboarded 117 of those organizations. Now, like I said, when we started, we only had identified 400, right? But we are bringing in all of those HT-specific services as we are starting to move forward, so you can see where they're all located on this map. Similar to the identified services, they're really clustered in those major metropolitan areas. So we really are missing services in the more rural areas. But we do have services in Bright that go from the Panhandle to Jacksonville, Tampa to Orlando, and then all the way down to Miami. We also have 188 unique services available in the system from these organizations, including case management, residential services, mental health, legal services, and substance abuse assistance. If y'all are interested in learning more about all of those services, please see Ashley and Soraya at our vendor table. But how does the system work? Okay, do I need to press? Nope, go back. Is the video going to play? Please play. There we go. It wasn't going to automatically play. So we have recently updated our system. This is what our referral process looks like. The first step is to indicate the age of the individual that you're working for. Then, has it been reported to law enforcement? We like to ask that because of all of the information in Tipster. We might like to make those comparative analyses. Then we ask for informed consent, of course, because we are putting the client's information into the system. The only pieces of information that are completely required are their first name, last name, and their birth state or county or country, and that's because we're utilizing that to create a unique identifier in the system. I do want to share that our system is completely HIPAA compliant, so when you're putting in that first and last name, that is really just for your records, because what is sent to the organization is a unique identifier. So we ask for their gender, ethnicity, race, age range, the year that they were born, what type of trafficking situation have they experienced, that's multi-select, sex trafficking, labor trafficking, or other. Has the referral been verified? Because many of our partners do require that they have been verified in order to be able to serve them. What's their current housing status, their citizenship status, where are they currently located? So if they're in Florida, we do also ask for their current county, so that way we know exactly how far away from those services they are. We do also have some client attributes that have been listed as barriers to receiving services. So everything that you're putting in is filtering down those organizations so you have a higher likelihood of a yes. Then you can choose as many categories as you'd like for the particular services. As you choose them, these specific services show up below. You can select 1, 2, 10, however many you need, and then you can see all of the organizations that are able to serve your client in that capacity. Once you select who you'd like to make the referral to, you just click review and send, and then you do also have a space to put in notes for that particular referral. So if the client was going to be contacted themselves, you could say, this is for Ashley, here's her phone number, this is the best time to call, the safe word is blank. Whatever information you needed to put for that organization to reach out to that person, it's all right there, confidential for you. After you send the referral, if you still have questions or the receiving organization has questions, you do have the ability to direct message within that referral chain as well to get additional information. So some key features that I do want to highlight that were not shown in that very short demo. We do have mobile optimization. So although that was a web-based version, the system is streamlined just to work like an app on your phone. We recognize that you're not always in front of a computer when you're working with survivors, so we wanted to be sure that Bright could be taken with you and accessible everywhere on the go. So soon we will have the SMS texting available for notifications for activity in the system. I'm looking at UPRR. Also, I want to highlight our capacity tracking. So for every single service in the system, if they do have some sort of capacity restraint for their particular program, it can be listed. So that way, as you're looking to make that referral, you can see exactly how many spots are available. However, if the spots are completely full and you still want to make a referral to that particular organization, you can, and then you can use that direct message feature to coordinate being on a wait list with them. The last is a feature that so many of our partners ask for, and I'm so excited that we have it in our system. I lovingly refer to it as our preferred partner referrals. So rather than having to go through that entire referral process, if there's somebody that you work with frequently, you can type their name into the search bar, make a referral directly to them. However, when you're doing that, if they do happen to be at capacity, you can see the other organizations that are able to provide that exact same service. One other thing I'd like to mention is just shouting out PRR, who's sitting over here. Raise your hand, guys. Woo! They have really streamlined our Bright system, and it looks amazing, so please be sure to go check them out at the vendor table. They have a lot of other cool things that they are working on, and you certainly do not want to miss it. So why use Bright when you already have your interconnected networks? There are a few main reasons that you would want to do that. First, quality assurance, because as I mentioned, all of those organizations are vetted to ensure that they're trauma-informed and victim-centered. Second, for safety and security, because we are working to reduce potential exploitation or unintended harm, because we are going and physically checking the safety of all of the locations. Third, consistency in care. So with that really rigorous vetting process that has 111 components, we're working to create the standard of care all throughout the state, so all survivors receive the same standard of care regardless of the location or the type of service. It also helps in combating turnover. So for you and your organizations or for your agencies, you can have multiple logins. So it's not just one person who's responsible for responding to all of these referrals. Everybody on the team can be pinged and connected, and it also helps prevent someone from falling through the cracks if your point of contact does leave an organization. And last, it's an efficient use of resources. So Bright really does help you connect to others that you may not have known about or are in different parts of the state when your person that you're working with needs to go from Orange County all the way up to Marion County. So Bright really does reduce the time it takes to have a full yes for the survivor that you're working with. And since our launch, we have connected 67 survivors to services through the Bright platform, and it takes, yes. But that's not just us, that's all the organizations that are doing great work as well. So I want to thank you guys for that. And it does take less than 5 minutes to find that particular service. So really quickly, just to go through our system statistics. So of those clients that we had in the system, all of them were female. 55 of them were sex trafficking survivors. 12 of them were labor trafficking survivors. We did also have about 77 referrals that were sent. So they were searching for more than one service. For the referrals that were not approved, it was either because the organization had a lack of capacity, so we brought in that capacity tracking to address that, or the client was declining those particular services. So on average, it takes someone about 5 hours to respond, but our fastest time so far was in a crisis situation, and it was a 20-minute response time. Otherwise, you guys can see the demographics that we have right here on this slide. So as we are continuing to make progress in the anti-trafficking movement, there's a few key areas to note. So first, in prevention, we are suggesting that there's more intervention strategies and strategies to address demand that are beginning to be put into place. I'm going to shout out EPIK because they are doing a presentation on demand later, so definitely check that out. Second, with protection, as you all saw, there's large gaps in service provision all throughout the state, mainly in those rural areas, but also in those trafficking-specific resources, which are crucial to our successful exit. In prosecution, we do need to focus on a single reporting system to really streamline and enhance that prosecutorial response. So I really loved seeing all the work that UCF was doing because I think we can streamline that with their reporting app. And in policy, we should focus on centering survivor voices in legislation and in anti-trafficking responses. And last, in partnership, we do have to continue to collaborate because not only does it help streamline that connection to resources, but it also helps build trust between service providers and survivors. When we're working together, we can all succeed. Now, there's one last component that I wanted to share with you all that can really show the impact that partnership has on policy. So we were invited to present on the state report to the legislative working group last year, and as we provided these findings, we had a really large discussion on making policy movements that would matter to survivors. And so during that call, during that meeting, the idea was hatched to ask us directly what we'd like to see happen in the next legislative session, which I think is a huge win. So the goal of this survey was to determine what those legislative priorities should be. All of the questions that we had in the survey were optional, and it took the majority of the respondents less than 5 minutes to complete it. I do want to shout out Alan Wilkett for bringing us into that session and for Olivia Littleton for helping create the survey with me. But looking at the information of the survey, we did have it open for about a month and a half. We used a snowball sample by sending it out to some survivor leaders and then asking them to send it out to their networks. So in total, we had 91 respondents to the survey. I really just want to take a moment to pause there because 91 survivors were able to give their voice to these legislative priorities for this session. It's amazing. So out of those respondents, we did have 52 that gave us some of their demographic information. So of those that responded, all of them were female. About 96% were over the age of 24. And then as we look a little bit deeper into those demographics, 83% were white, 8% were black or African American, and 8% were Hispanic or Latino. And then we had a very small fraction that fell into the other category. When we look at their collective experience, 96% or 50 of the respondents had experienced sex trafficking, 17% or 9 of the respondents had experienced labor trafficking, and 27% or 14 respondents had experienced cyber exploitation. So us at the TIP Lab, we're still doing some deeper digging into all of these findings, but this does show that there is poly-victimization occurring. So it's not just one type of trafficking experience for those who are experiencing exploitation. Specifically, it's about 44% of this particular sample. So to reaffirm that this really does happen here in Florida, 79% of the survivors that provided information in the survey had their trafficking experience happen in Florida. So for those legislative priorities, we asked them to rank in order of preference 3 policy proposals. So the first was buyer accountability, or increasing penalties for buyers, expungement or increasing access to expungement, and civil cause of action, or extending pathways to seek remedies against businesses that knew trafficking was occurring. Each individual had access to review all of the current statutes as well, if they chose to, and they got a description of what the new proposed legislation would include. So what were the results? The majority of the respondents indicated that expungement was their top priority, citing the impact of the everyday for their reasoning. So one said, quote, "It affects me directly. I have a charge that I was not convicted of, and it still sits on my record and affects me daily with jobs, housing, and more." This is something that so many survivors face. There are a lot of charges that occur during exploitation that are still not eligible for being expunged. So with this new legislation, there's hope for movement in that right direction. Second of priority was buyer accountability, citing that there seems to still be no real consequences for buyers. And until there's real consequences for buying people, buyers will see nothing wrong with it. That is another quote from one of our survivor participants. And third was civil cause of action. If there was something like this in place, it may have prevented it or maybe made it even harder. But based on all of the findings, it seems that overwhelmingly, regardless of the type of trafficking experience, we all just want to be able to fully move on from what resulted from our exploitation. Now, being a research institution, we couldn't just look at the data regularly, right? We did a thematic analysis after ranking all of the priorities. So we had asked the participants if they felt like it to let us know why they ranked the options the way that they did. So using that thematic coding, we had 4 key themes that emerged. The first was shifting blame, or a desire to move the blame and shame from survivors back onto the perpetrators. The second was a sense of justice, so really feeling satisfied with the overall outcome. 3 was complicit silence, or the people that are choosing to look the other way despite being completely aware that exploitation is occurring. And 4, ongoing punishment. So although exploitation is over, there was still feelings of those undeserving consequences post-exit. So I wanted to really bring in all of the survivor voices here so that you guys could see our perspective, to really just ground the work that we all do in this movement in reality and not just assumptions. So for a need of sense of justice, we have to hold these businesses accountable, and buyers should be held just as accountable as the trafficker. For shifting blame, too many of us survivors are sitting in jail and serving prison time while the John and perpetrator walk free with no charges to their name. For ongoing punishment, it stopped me from getting my dream job. The affiliated record affects every area of my life. And complicit silence. You never hear about men in the news being charged for buying sex, but you always hear about the women selling it. So in the survey, we did also ask if there was anything else that they wanted to share that they felt was important. And doing the thematic analysis again, there were 3 key themes that emerged outside of those legislative priorities. The first was underfunded survivor resources. So there's a need for resource support, and it's being felt by those who are supposed to be receiving those resources. Second, that there's a need for financial restoration, including stability and empowerment. And third, where do survivors go post-exit? So it's really great that you're helping us get out of the life, but what happens after that? So looking at the meaning, bringing in those survivor voices again, see our voices, hear our voices. For where do survivors go post-exit? We need to offer survivors a chance to rebuild their families. For financial restoration, we need economic and financial independence programs. All that debt that's incurred should already be expunged automatically. And last, for underfunded survivor resources, we need state funding for nonprofits that eliminate barriers to receiving those basic needs. We need more funding for housing. We need a path to reunification with our children. See and hear all of those we needs. We've spent a lot of the movement collectively implementing what we think is best, but we must start incorporating survivors from the beginning and not just as an afterthought. So, thank you. I know I've given you guys a lot of data, a lot of information, and a lot of insights, but if you remember anything from what I've shared with you all today, please remember these things. First, data drives the baseline. Having data, good data on human trafficking, is what allows us to measure change over time in our communities. It allows us to see the impact of our prevention efforts, of our intervention efforts, of our protection efforts, everything that we're putting forward to make positive change in the anti-trafficking movement. With that being said, though, remember that data is not just a number, it is a reflection of a real person. Second, involve all of those that you hope to serve in your research, whether that's nonprofits, law enforcement, policymakers, survivors, whatever field that you're in, creating a program or a policy, ask those that you're hoping to impact how you want it to impact them. Think of all of the needs that were mentioned by survivors, right, that we didn't even consider when we were thinking of those legislative priorities. So it's just important to really involve those voices of the people that you're working with. Third, service provision restoration. We really need those safe, vetted services, right? We need them to respond promptly because we cannot have so much time elapse when we're working to get a survivor connected to services. If they were in a mental health crisis, it cannot take 2 weeks to get them an appointment to see somebody. You don't treat a broken leg the same way that you treat a broken finger. So we need to also make sure that those services are trauma-informed, survivor-informed, and person-centered. And last, as a good friend of mine always says, nothing about us without us. Don't invite us to the table and not listen to what we have to say. Don't tokenize our voice by giving us positions on advisory councils or as board members, but you're not actually listening to our input. So what I'm asking you all to remember is to prioritize true survivor leadership, as in hearing what we say and finding a way to make it happen within the systems that exist, rather than just dismissing our thoughts. Don't be another system that seeks to exploit us. Yeah. Thank you all for your time and attention. QR codes there for the tip lab, the state report for Bright, and you can also come and see Ashley, Soraya, and I at the table. And thank you, Dr. Wickey.
Thank you. Give please another round of applause for Kailey. That was great. And Kailey is and had generously given her time for us to help plan this whole conference, her and Olivia Littleton, so thank you both. And we listened to them, and at the University of Central Florida, the Center for the Study of Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery, no survivor or lived experience expert is asked to come here to tell their story, or asked that we invite them for their expertise, and they are compensated for their expertise. For the Florida, yes, thank you. Every one of your survivor leaders that is on the stage today has been compensated by the university because of their experience, so that they will come here and share with you and get us educated more. We believe that their voice matters a lot, and we will never exploit you and ask you to come here for free when we want your expertise. Okay? So thank you guys for that. Kailey, that was amazing. Right now, we're going to have a very short break, about 15 minutes. There's coffee, there's drinks, there's snacks. The facilities are out there. Come promptly back at 10:45 because we're going to have our next panel coming up soon. Thanks, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back. We hope you had a wonderful break and that you enjoyed getting some beverages and refreshments. And if I could get the music killed in the back, thank you, Stacie. All right. So if everyone would like to come on and get settled, and we're having our next session, our survivor panel. So come on in and get settled. Some of the mics were a bit scratchy, guys. So I'm just going to do those two, so you guys will share this one. And then to turn it on, it's just the bottom button. Okay? And then if it starts to feel slack, you turn it off, and then while you're up here. Yes. What? The screen, bro. Yes. Hi, guys. Come on in. All right. And then, perfecto. Hi, Olivia. So we want to welcome to the stage our amazing panel of lived experience experts. Let's give them a round of applause. They're going to be talking about voices of resilience, from exploitation to systemic change, a survivor-led dialogue on grooming, tech accountability, and the journey to reclamation. It's going to be moderated by our amazing advisory board member, Olivia Littleton. Yes, absolutely. And Olivia, along with Tomas and Kailey, that you heard from earlier, and myself and May Martinez had the honor to plan this. And we listened to Olivia and Kailey's voices a lot and how we could make this a really informed event. So I would now like to go ahead and give it to you to take over. And this panel will last until about 11:45. Following directly by that, then we're going to have the film debut of our documentary from the amazing Edwin Rose filmmaker here that came all the way from Texas, y'all, all the way from Texas. So I would like to go ahead and take it away, Olivia. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to see you here. I know that Dr. Wickey said I was part of the planning committee, so if you're not having a good time, don't tell me, please, because we did our best. Okay, thank you. Well, welcome to our session, Voices of Resilience, from exploitation to systemic change. My name is Olivia Littleton, and I serve as an anti-trafficking team supervisor with One More Child here in Central Florida. I also serve on the advisory board for UCF Center for the Study of Human Trafficking and Modern Day Slavery. And I also am the co-chair of the Central Florida Human Trafficking Task Force. So just a couple of things around here. Today, we are encouraging you to step away from the abstract idea of human trafficking and invite you to center yourself on the most important element of this movement, hearing from the true experts, our survivor leaders. When we talk about grooming, tech accountability, and reclamation, we are talking about real lives, real digital footprints, and the incredible strength it takes to take a journey of exploitation and make it into a catalyst for systemic change. I'm deeply honored to be joined by three incredible survivor leaders that are in the fight against trafficking, who embody leadership and advocacy in this space. First, we have Stacie Ham. Stacie is a survivor leader and peer mentor with One More Child. She also leads Survivors Renewed, a vital community created for survivors across Florida. She works directly with law enforcement to ensure undercover operations are trauma-informed and that victims of trafficking are identified quickly and accurately. We are also incredibly proud to share that tomorrow evening, Stacie is being honored with the Polaris Survivor Champion Award for her tireless leadership. Next, we have Savi Reyes. Savi is a peer mentor with the One More Child anti-trafficking mobile team. With years of experience in the sexual violence field, Savi brings a unique and critical perspective to our dialogue today, having worked not only with victims, but also in prevention-focused education and with those who have caused harm. Her insight into the cycle of exploitation is invaluable. And finally, we are joined by Jessie Leone. Jessie is a social impact consultant, an executive coach, and a powerful motivational speaker. An alum of UC Berkeley and Harvard, Jessie bridges the worlds of philanthropy and impact investing to address the root causes of trafficking, addiction, and mental health challenges. He brings a global perspective and a deep commitment to creating public-private partnerships that actually move the needle. We are also incredibly proud to share that tomorrow evening, Jessie is being honored with the Frederick Douglass Polaris Award for his leadership and commitment to continuing to advance the fight against human trafficking and modern slavery. Today is a survivor-led dialogue, and that's really powerful in and of itself. We're going to discuss how grooming has evolved in a digital world and how we can hold systems accountable. Our speakers will also share insight from their own lives. While this topic is challenging, it's also vital. If you feel overwhelmed or triggered at any point during this conversation, we ask you to just step outside and find a mental health professional that's being provided to support you. Stacie, I'd love to start with you. Will you get us started by sharing what the difference is between online and offline-based trafficking and why it matters that we speak about the difference?
Yes. So I always like to kind of use my own personal experience when it comes to this. So I experience in-person trafficking, but then also online grooming and trafficking. And so for me, I think the biggest difference is the time that it takes to quickly exploit someone. For me, I was pulled back into a trafficking situation as a young adult. And so it took months and months for me to build rapport with my trafficker. But at the age of 12, I started having online conversations with 29, 30-year-old men. And all it took was about 10 seconds. All I had to say was the statement that I was not good at math. And I remember this guy saying, I'm really great at math. I'll buy a plane ticket down to come and help you. And it took about 10, 15 seconds. So they're able to build much faster connections, and they're not having to have that face-to-face and that time to build.
Thank you, Stacie. Jesse, kind of building off of what Stacie shared there, why do you think it's important that we talk about the difference between online and offline exploitation?
Good morning. From the male perspective, it's extremely important in terms of my experience was there was no online at that point in time when I was 11 years old. Certain individuals in my family that are neurodivergent, that are gamers, that love playing games, that I have paid for their, tech and coding camps every summer. More and more you're seeing young boys getting targeted by women or girls interested in creating a relationship and a bond, and being able for me to step in when I saw those warning signs. But the resistance from the young boys of, nah, this isn't happening to me, it ain't gonna happen to me, blah, 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 blah. So from the online perspective, it's extremely important to be aware. However, and I saw this on the presentations earlier, too often survivors that are trying to advocate for this in social media, constantly we have to change our language because we get banned or we get blocked because of certain terms that we may use in trying to advocate to help somebody else. We're the ones that are so I know numerous survivors, both male and female, that I'm very strong advocates on Instagram, TikTok, and all the different social media platforms. But it is a nightmare for them to try to get re-engaged, to get their accounts renewed, to be able to post. From the non-digital perspective, the exploitation and how men and boys are targeted is a little bit different than it is for women, but we could talk about that more as we evolve.
I love that. Yeah, we have a specific question about that too, so we'd love to hear you expand on that. Stacie, while you have it, before we get to Savi to add some great information, could you provide some specific examples of the ways that you see that children are being groomed online? And I know you shared a little bit from your experience, but also working with many survivors here in Central Florida.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to a lot of the work that we're doing with survivors, we're hearing a big echo across that all it is just they're looking at their photos or they're seeing something, a commonality, that they're able to then comment and kind of build some rapport. Again, I know from my experience, I definitely was coming from a very vulnerable experience, not the best family support. So I was really easy to prey upon when an adult was saying, I can step in, I can help, really crumbling at the, you're beautiful, oh my word, send me a photo, like kind of falling for those moments. But also our traffickers, I know we're gonna kind of get to algorithms later, but they are really good at hunting down what are the algorithms that are targeting our youth, but also our adults, and how are they kind of following the chain of that as well.
Yeah, that's powerful. I think, Savi, I'd love for you to also to speak about not just how traffickers as an individual are grooming online, but also how our larger systems are really part of this grooming process too.
To understand how children are groomed by larger systems, we have to look at what they are being fed when they are most vulnerable. For me, it started with the system of media. Growing up on MySpace, instant messenger, party hotlines, and late night pornography on cable. I saw women who had everything I didn't: beauty, money, and luxury. As a survivor of child-on-child sexual abuse and incest, my internal logic told me that my body was my only currency. I believed that to have what those women had, I had to use my body the way they did. The digital system then accelerated that. By the time I was 16, I had met 100 men in person whom I'd met online, most of them adults. I know that number is exact because I kept a list of their names for my mother, just in case one day I didn't come home. After 100, I stopped counting because I stopped caring. I gave up the feeble attempt to keep myself safe because the system told me I wasn't worth saving. The most dangerous part of this systemic grooming is the false sense of belonging. It fed my ego. Online attention felt infinite. It provided drugs, compliments, and a temporary escape. I was trying to take control of a narrative that was forced on me at home. Using my body was a way to turn feeling powerless into having control, even if that power was an illusion. By the time I became a young adult, I learned that allowing men to sexualize me, I had an opportunity to create my own home with a community of women online who were just like me. We weren't just behaving badly. We were a network of survivors sharing snippets of life, teaching each other how to communicate and manipulate a system that had already decided to exploit us and profit from our attention.
Wow. That's powerful. I think throughout what you shared, hearing the statement that the system not only profited off of the exploitation, but the system built itself to do that, to have methods to do that. And we know that that happens to women and girls, but we also know it happens to men and boys also. Jesse, will you talk a little bit about how grooming might be different and how exploitation is maybe portrayed differently or similarly for men and boys?
So more and more I hear about young men, young boys and young men being targeted on apps like Grindr, a lot in the gaming world. A lot happens in the gaming world. And but on Grindr, where someone will target your insecurities. And so different dating apps, there's an app called, or a platform called Sniffies, where you see a lot of ads constantly being posted, which is like the new Craigslist for online cruising. And sadly, the folks are actively looking to target young boys. And so recently, I was helping a case, I'm trying to figure out how much I can talk about it, of two young men, immigrants, one Venezuelan, one Colombian, came here for a brand new life, got them into a shelter for housing, and the female employees of the shelter started to exploit the young men and using their power of authority to harass the young men into sexual favors and bring other women to pay for sexual acts, mostly older women, to pay for sexual acts with these young boys. At hotel parties, substances were involved. And they're now going towards settling the case right now. But it's sad because as an immigrant, you add that extra layer of burden of proof, which on the labor side, which rarely gets talked about, also you have labor exploitation and then you have labor trafficking. And we have experts that are here in this room, but that burden of proof is really important. It tends to, did they take your passport? You know, and if they didn't take your passport, well, then that was really more labor exploitation case. We really can't help you with that. Places like Home Depot, where a lot of day laborers go, I hear countless stories of men being picked up for job sites. They get taken to a job site pretty far out. They don't know where they're at, and I won't take you back unless you do X, Y, Z. And so that's on the exploitation side. What we're also seeing, especially with the young girls, teens trafficking teens, or teens creating networks amongst themselves to provide sexual favors in exchange of things of monetary value, but feeling that since there's no middleman here, or middle person here, we are taking back this power. But based on human trafficking laws, anyone who exchanges, that under 18, anyone who exchanges anything of monetary value for a sexual act is protected by human trafficking laws. And our teens don't know that that includes a Starbucks cup of coffee. When you're leaving an AA or an NA meeting, or someone offers you a couch to sleep on, and while you're sleeping there, someone attempts to do something sexually with you, that act protects you. Or a ride home, that act has a monetary value. And so I tell my nieces and different family members, when you're leaving a party and it's 11 p.m. and you can't find a ride home, you call your tío to come pick you up. Because too often that guy or girl is driving you home and halfway home pulls over the side of the road and says, you know, you got to do X, Y, Z or I'm not taking you home. And you know, that drive has a monetary value attached to it. So being aware and raising these signs is really important, because oftentimes when it's that level of trust and engagement with somebody you know and they're grooming you, you don't really think about it as grooming. And from a male perspective, especially when it's a female involved, it's like, rarely do I hear men say, no, I was sexually, you know, yeah, well, at 12 years old, I remember, you know, so-and-so was 23 and that was my first experience. It's like, yeah, that sounds like you were sexually abused. Nah, man, because you know, whoop, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And there's a survivor that talks about that. Every time he posts on TikTok and he shares his experience, you see, he literally presents on all the social media postings, oh man, I wish my babysitter did that to me. Oh man, she must have been hot. And they don't think about it from a sexual exploitation, trafficking, or abuse standpoint.
Yeah. And I think that shows that there's so much work that we still need to do about talking to boys and men, because they may not even be identifying their own experiences as being sex trafficking. And so that then means that they're not speaking to their own children and their own families about changing the generational cycle that's happening there. And we talk a lot about stranger danger, I think, with our kids for in person. Like you were saying, don't get in the car with the person that you don't know, call your TO. But stranger danger is kind of the platform that is online, right? Like, we might not think that stranger danger is the person that added you on LinkedIn that you don't know, but that's a stranger. Just because you have a couple of people in common in your network, that's still a stranger. And so this online basis that's created, there are strangers everywhere online, but we're not telling our children to be as protected the same way that they would be in person. And so I would love to open this question for all of you. how do we change the landscape of online trafficking? How do we remove some of the systems and some of the barriers that are allowing online trafficking to happen?
If we want to change the landscape of online trafficking, we have to stop treating children and young adults like they're too naive for reality. Deciding that a person is not ready for the truth isn't protective. It's condescending and infantilizing. I promise you, the attention economy is our reality, whether you choose to accept it or not. When we withhold the truth, we don't keep anyone safe. We just ensure that when they are exploited, they have to navigate it alone. We have to respect people enough to give them the language for the world they are already living in.
I think a big piece would be just continuously more education, more conversations. I know for me, it sounds common sense when you're having inappropriate conversations or relationships online, but I'm a firm believer all common sense had to be taught and learned at one point. And so for me, I had no clue that that was inappropriate having these kind of conversations. Also making sure that we're fully aware of a lot of the features on our apps. Kind of going into it, if you go onto TikTok, how many times have we said, oh my word, I watched one video, now there's 15, 20 of them popping up. Like that's all again being targeted, because even if you hover for too long, it now is starting to create content that they think you should continue to see. Also on TikTok, a lot of people don't have like this filter put in place to where I can go and see all the videos that you've saved and what you are liking, so then I'm knowing different ways to approach. I did not do that in the past. I didn't keep anything private. So I shouldn't have been so surprised when somebody was able to connect or identify something with me when I had it out there for everybody to see.
Yeah, I think what you mentioned there is that sense of safety that we have online, that we all just assume that we were safe online, but then those are the vulnerabilities that traffickers and those that have bad intentions are exploiting.
When I think too, that whole feature with Snapchat, because a lot of my early on exploitation was through Snapchat, there was a whole 24-hour feature that it goes away. And so I'd be like, it doesn't matter if I'm sending like a nude photo or something of pornographic content. I'm like, it goes away and it's just to this one person for 24 hours. But that's not the case. There's the whole screen recording. Like even before screen recording, they're holding another phone in front of their phone to then start recording the content. So we're not having a lot of those conversations.
Yeah, that's powerful. Jesse, would you like to add to that?
No, you hit it right on the head. So the education piece is extremely important, and educating our youth, our young adults, how this tends to happen and why. However, people ask me about, ending human trafficking, and I wish I could say that, I'm here to fight the battle against human trafficking and end it. However, when I see the statistics of, we have 13,000 we have about 7,000 animal shelters in the entire United States with 13,000 beds for our pets. And I love my pets. I have 2 hairless cats. I am that, I am that gay dad who has 2 hairless cats. But when we have, 13,000 spaces for our pets and animals, but 0 beds for boys who have been targeted by sex trafficking in the entire United States, that's a problem. And so, sadly, I end up hearing about the Snapchat incident, the Grindr incident after the fact. And so, but then the question is for me, well, so what? We identified a situation, an organization steps in, but then I get the call of, where can we send them? Do you know a therapist? Do you know someone that'll work with this individual with EMDR, brain spotting, parts work, different modalities that are trauma responsive? That is bilingual, or that is, African American. And then your numbers go down, down, down. That is willing to work with this person free of charge. And because when you start getting trained in certain modalities, you can charge $300-400 for a 45-minute session. And so I find out after the fact. I hear stories after the fact. So when I drafted my framework called We're Not Broken, I just came out, actually I released it 2 days ago, a framework for supporting male survivors of sex trafficking and exploitation, free online. As I was writing it and I was going to say ChatGPT for guidance on editing, I kept getting flagged. But see, I went to Harvard, I went to Berkeley, I went to UPenn. So I was able to use my network to contact executives at OpenAI and ChatGPT to say, hey, can you help me here? Because due to your policy standards, I'm continuously getting flagged and blocked. And I'm just trying to produce a framework. So having access to individuals at Snapchat, at Grindr, at the different platforms that exist out there, too often when you flag something, it just goes into this. You flag an individual, they just create another account. And so being able to have organizations like Polaris and others connect with these corporations to say, we need your help, and here are some ways we can help you, would be extremely important.
I really love that you touched on that while we're educating and providing awareness, that means that hopefully we're going to start seeing victims and survivors. When we see them, we need to then do something after they raise their hand and tell us that they've been exploited. They need services. We've identified them. And then if we don't follow that up with services, that's harmful, right? And I love that you said there are so many beds for our sweet pets. I have a pet too, love my pet. However, the boys matter and they need beds too, period, right? I'm gonna guide us a little bit here into our next question and ask y'all to speak to us a little bit about what red flags you wish that somebody would have seen during your exploitation that might have made a difference. So whether that's in your own story, in your own exploitation, or with those that you work with now, what could someone have seen and what could they have done that would have made a difference for you?
Actually, so I had a realization just sitting up here, and thank you to the both of you for, there was a moment in my situation where I was in a gift shop. I was 11 years old, and I went to buy water balloons. And this gift shop had adult gift cards. You know, those birthday gag gift cards, and sometimes they're trifold, and there's naked images on there. And I'm 11 years old, like I'm an altar boy at 3 masses on Sunday. I'm gonna be the little priest of the family. I'm a little nerdy kid. It's the first time I ever saw naked bodies, and I'm like, oh my God. And I'm in a gift shop, and the shop owner came, the shopkeeper grabbed me on the shoulder, and I dropped the card on the floor, and he said, you know, that's a big D, right? And I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. And wanted to run out, but I couldn't. And so from that moment, trying to figure out what could I have done as an 11-year-old child to leave that situation and run out the door, because I'm trying, in my brain, trying to figure out what were those trigger moments. But for me, it goes back to, as a Latino, as a man of color, when you're raised in a household and your father, your uncle, your family members say, if anything ever happens to me, you're the man of the family. It's your job to protect your sister and your mom. And when they threatened me with threatening my family, to kill my family, find out where I live, I went into protection mode. You know, I gotta protect my family now, so I can't say anything. I really wish someone in my family, my father, you know, my uncles would have sat me down, looked at me eye to eye and said, mijo, it's not your job to protect us. Your job is to be a child. Your job is to have fun. You know, if anyone ever threatens you with threatening us, you can still come to us and it's okay. And so we often do not do that with our young boys. We place this burden of responsibility of the role of protector at such an early age that when something happens to us, the shame, the guilt, the self-blame, I wasn't man enough. For a long time at 11 years old, I really thought, you know, I could have maybe fought him off, this adult man. So red flags are often, I really wish that someone also noticed the big change that I made. I went from nerdy kid to extremely thug, gangster looking, cholo chicano from the barrio that you see on Friday wearing the Kmart corduroy slippers and the big Dickies. No one stepped up. But when the state did step in and put me into the victim witness program, the therapist I was assigned to didn't give a shit about me. I was a steady paycheck to this therapist who for 4 years knew that I was going to adult sex shops, that I was going to bathhouses, that I was hanging out where the sexual exploitation and commercialization of boys and men exist, and did nothing. And so, you know, there's so many different places that coulda, woulda, shoulda, did not. But then I go back to, and so what? What happens if someone does step up, you know, comes to you for help, and then there's nowhere to find them the help, let alone if you're an immigrant, you don't speak the dominant language, you don't know how to navigate certain, you know, services. It gets more and more difficult.
Stacie, what do you think someone could have done or could have noticed during your journey that would have helped?
So I always like to talk more about what I experienced as a young child. So my grandmother and my biological mom were victims of domestic violence, which then was really masked as human trafficking. Both of their husbands and friends sold them throughout the neighborhood, which then got passed down to my siblings and I, then being exploited and sold for sex. I think the earliest on missed opportunities were there were times my siblings and I would be without adults at a park or downtown super late at night, and we would be brought back to our house where our biological mom was not allowed to have conversations with the law enforcement officer bringing us back. It was actually our trafficker saying that we had just left the house. They were on their way to come get us. They don't know why we weren't at the house. And so that happened numerous times. There's also a lot of documented hospitalizations we had for unexplained injuries, access to drugs in the home. It went numerous times. My biological mom would frequent the hospitals just to get free access to diapers and wipes. And so sometimes she was falsifying an injury or an illness to get access to that. And so those were like some of the times too. I sit here like a woman, a survivor of trafficking, but I sometimes forget to mention I had 2 brothers that went through human trafficking as well. And even my own brain sometimes forgets males are a part of this. And it actually was a brother of mine that reached out a year ago from watching one of the press conferences I was doing, and he found me and he said, I had no clue what we went through was called human trafficking. I had not seen him. We had gotten removed from care, placed into the foster care system where unfortunately more things were ignored, more exploitation happened, and then separated. And so it was even him finally reaching out saying, I never knew that's what the experience was. But there was a lot of missed things. Why weren't we in school for weeks or months at a time? That's still happening with a lot of survivors that we are working with. That's not even an acceptable report when we're calling the DCF hotline. That's actually up to the schools to be making those kind of reports. And so it's really hard to like, how do we kind of get that flip? But a lot was definitely missed.
I think what you said there about your brother not even knowing that his experience with human trafficking is so common. Myself as a survivor, I had that same experience of not knowing during exploitation that human trafficking was what I was experiencing. I think most of you up here identify as that also. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think that we're not identifying our experiences as human trafficking, and how do we change that?
I'll go ahead and start. I think for me, it wasn't relatable to the content that I was seeing. I think it might sound crazy. I actually was, when growing up, I was like, oh, I want to help survivors of human trafficking. I thought it was women kidnapped, held in cages, and so for me, I never identified. I actually did an internship my first 2 years in college working at a safe home, and I was like, this is so great. I'm helping women that have been like, because again, our social media does such a great job of like promoting this, wow, this rescued mentality. But for me, it didn't click until I actually was starting to sit down with survivors themselves, walking alongside them, hearing their stories. And a lot of times, like I would leave sometimes feeling like that sick feeling, like, maybe where the situation they just told me they went through, I experienced that like myself. And so that's where I started to feel like, okay, maybe like it's not what I've been thinking. And so I think that's what was so hard. Also for me, a lot of things were just normal. I thought it was super normal for if your parents treat you a certain way, if certain things take place in the household. And so there was this thing growing up is I didn't ever have that desire. I better tell someone for help. In our household, we were taught you don't speak what happens in this household. You don't tell what happens. You keep quiet. Like we'll find out if you go against the household or the family. So that also is kind of locked in and intertwined as well. So it wasn't until working with victims and survivors of human trafficking where I fully then was able to piece it together, but also going through human trafficking training. Like myself, I had to really understand what were like the grooming tactics that I then was able to relate to.
Okay, well, for me, I didn't identify as a victim until I was hired by One More Child last year. We were actually at a sting operation, and I heard the detective explain to a young woman that John's essentially pay to rape you. That statement broke through my denial. I realized that even though there wasn't always a specific trafficker present at every stage of my experience, there was always a buyer exploiting my desperation. In that moment, my perspective shifted, and I understood my experience not as isolated incidents, but as part of a collective experience of trafficking.
Actually, repeat the question again real quick. I want to stay on target.
Sure. Absolutely.
I don't want to get too verbose.
Yeah. We hear from so many survivors that they didn't understand their experience with human trafficking until later, after exploitation. Was that the case in your story also, and how do we change that for survivors?
Oh yeah, I mean, in my book, which by the way, I brought about 30 copies of I'm Not Broken, so would love the support. My suitcase broke on the way here, and I gotta figure out a way to get those 30 books back home if no one buys them. So please help support, I'd appreciate it. This is not easy work. I learned after my book was published, and after getting connected to people like Doug Gilmer, who's here, and Tomas Lares and other people, the language I used in my book was, at 14 years old, I became a sex worker. And for a long time, when the authorities got involved in my case and I turned to the streets to support my drug habit, I thought I had a sense of control and a sense of power. I learned that I provided a niche market, that I, as a Latino, is now a Latino gangster-looking homeboy that's hyper-masculine, I'm providing a sexual fantasy to the buyer. But there's no more middleman. So now I get to keep the money. And so there was this weird sense of power, but in reality, no child can be a sex worker. You know, anyone under the 18 engaging in a commercial sex act is protected by human trafficking laws. But that wasn't the case when I was 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. So what I do is I talk a lot about figuring out ways to break stigmas, figuring out a way that when someone reaches out, that there are services available for them. So I'm in recovery. I'll turn 33 years clean and sober in March. And thank you. And in those 33 years of going to meetings, I hear countless men share their story of abuse, exploitation, my definition, our definition of trafficking, and the use of substances to control an individual, or the use of substances to forget and to function. And I often wonder what would happen if, I know AA, NA, ought never endorse, or engage in public controversy, but I often wonder when I'm in a meeting, I wonder if there was an anonymous survey that could be done and that says, have you ever exchanged sex for something of monetary value or drugs or money before you were 18? And I wonder how many people would actually respond, especially men and boys. But breaking the stigmas of being able to speak up is extremely important. There's a lot of money being pumped into gender-based violence. Working with men and boys especially, well, men and boys, on trying to stop gender-based violence. I get it. I support it 120%, 150%. I support it. However, when a man steps forward and says, this happened to me, I've never said this, and I get enraged and I'm taking it out on my wife or my daughter, I'm taking it out on my spouse. When that person opens up, a lot of these organizations do not engage in trauma-responsive care. It goes beyond having a male support group of men talking to each other. It's being able to provide that individual with the right resources so that when they are triggered, they don't cause harm on anyone else. You know, not all hurt people. Sadly, some people do. And so working with those individuals to process a lot of that rage and a lot of that trauma with men and boys, if you don't talk about it and you don't connect them to the right resources, you're just perpetuating the same cycle of harm.
Yeah, and those are the gaps in our systems, and those are the gaps we need to fill. And we need to be, I think, prepared to help survivors exit the life of exploitation before we even get the call of someone asking, what do I do next? We need to be ready for that. What helped each of you in your journey of leaving the life of exploitation or finding support outside of trafficking?
All right. For me, it was hitting my rock bottom. This happened during about my 4th or 5th Baker Act. Professionals call what I experienced psychosis, but for me, and after years of reflection, I believe it was an encounter with God. A nurse aide knocked on my door and asked me to strip the room. So I removed the bedding, towels, trash, and eventually the hospital gown on my back and the grippy socks from my feet. Standing there, shivering and exposed, I heard a voice tell me to lie down. I curled onto the bare mattress in a fetal position and waited for further instruction. After a moment, the voice told me to sit up and said he would wash my feet. I argued, telling him I needed to shower and detangle my hair, not have my feet washed. He laughed. Annoyed, I sat up and looked down at the bed and saw what appeared to be my body still lying there in the fetal position, but it was made of black smoke. I wasn't afraid, just curious, so I stopped resisting the voice. When he finished and told me to stand, the mattress sank into the ground, taking the black smoke with it, like a coffin lowering into the earth. I dropped to my knees in disbelief, trying to move the bed frame and wondering where the black smoke had gone, only to realize it was bolted to the floor. When the nurse aide returned to collect the linens, she asked why I was naked. So I told her he washed my feet. She didn't question it. She left and returned with a gown, placed a white towel and slippers outside of the door, and she asked me to walk out of the room backward, stepping onto the towel and before putting on the slippers. She then walked me to a new room, fully set up with toiletries and a detangler brush, which any of you that are like familiar with psych wards, that's an exclusive item. Because I wasn't allowed to have that item, she allowed me to shower and sat with me for 2 hours, dematting my hair. She wasn't in the room to hear me complaining about not having my hair cleaned. I later learned that walking backward through a doorway symbolizes leaving behind what no longer belongs to you for some religions. That experience was enough for me to leave that life behind.
yeah, no, thank you. Thank you. It's crazy how many of us have very similar experiences, and detachment is really real. Floating above in a room and watching what's happening to you, and observing when we're detached is really real. And those spiritual awakenings, for me, were also very real. I was angry at God. I was angry. How could you let this happen to me? I mean, I was an altar boy at 3 masses on Sunday. Latin mass, Spanish mass, Italian mass. Like, I'm a good boy. I was targeted. I was targeted, I was preyed upon, and I carried that rage for a very long time. I hit bottom. I weighed 135 pounds. I was strung out on crystal meth and heroin. I was sleeping under a bush in Balboa Park next to the world famous San Diego Zoo, hopping in and out of thousands of men's cars to support my drug habit. And what helped me was going to my first Narcotics Anonymous meeting and meeting my current sponsor, meeting people that taught me that I could change my therapist, meeting people that taught me that there is a different way to live. Because my validation comes from my body. And if I can manipulate you to leave me alone or to appease you with my body, all that was such a process. It's not an easy journey. It is so not an easy journey to be comfortable in your own skin. But for me, I hit bottom. And my bottom was no joke. But I'm not unique. A lot of boys, a lot of men experience similar situations, but don't ever get a chance to disclose because as a man, it's not okay to talk about. Right. And there's also the fear for a lot of men that if I say what happened to me, or if I say this, they're gonna think I'm gay. And I know a lot of survivors that are not gay, they're heterosexual men. And there's only like one place that I know of called Men Healing that hosts retreats for male survivors of sex abuse. And I went to a retreat right when my book came out. And it was the first place ever in my life that I was able to be in a supportive environment with other male survivors, of which of say the 20 that were there, only 2 of us were gay, 18 are straight. And being in that supportive environment for me was a game changer. Support each other. When you go home, tell your kids you love them. Tell your kids they can speak to you about anything without judgment. Leave your judgment at the door and just learn how to shut up and pause and listen. That extra 30 seconds of pausing, I will know if I want to keep going or not, based on if you raise an eyebrow, if you go like this, or your posture changes. That either shuts me down or lets me know I can keep going. So yeah, I hit bottom, and it wasn't easy. And but luckily, I found a support system of people in recovery that loved me enough until I could love myself, because the journey of identity was a painful one.
I like that you shared about a retreat, because that's one piece that helped. But for me, similar was definitely hitting rock bottom. I don't know how to fully explain the feeling, but it was just a constant cycle of feeling disgusted with what I assumed was 100% my own choices that I was making as a young adult in my trafficking situation. And so I can remember going for a walk, crying hysterically, praying to God and just saying, Jesus, help me. I had experienced growing up with faith and religion, but I had never experienced what God really meant to me. And I kept thinking, there's no way I was put here on this earth to really go through what I went through. And I just remember somebody had popped into my mind, and it was a coworker that I kept saying, something is wrong. I don't think like the relationship that you're in is healthy. My trafficker as an adult was a female, but she was also my boss at where I worked. And that played into everything, my housing, my job, my income. And again, I thought it was 100% my choice. And I'll never forget on this walk, just begging God to like get me out of the situation. I'm gonna stop doing what I'm doing. I'm grateful I didn't walk down the aspect of drugs, but I definitely was super into partying. I was at the smallest that I was. I looked just unhealthy as well with that. And I remember that night, the coworker texted me saying, I know it's late, but you wanna get lunch tomorrow? And within like a week's time, we went ahead and prepared, and she came and we waited for my trafficker to leave, and within 40 minutes, we packed up all my stuff at the apartment, ended up moving in with her, and got back into school, got a full ride for it, and then I got invited to a retreat, and I was so hesitant on going. I was like, absolutely, I want nothing to do with the Lord, even though I had prayed, God help me, a month ago, but again, I was still so hardened because I was so angry at God. Like, why would I have gone through everything as a kid with everything and all that stuff? And it all worked out. A coworker was like, can I take your work shift? Can I actually do this and this? And I was like, and then they're like, we have a full scholarship. Somebody can't go now. So I was like, oh my word, I'm hearing you, Lord. And I ended up going, and it was the first time I ever got to talk about anything that I had ever gone through. And then I got assigned like a mentor, and she's still 15 years later involved in my life. Her kids were in our wedding. And I think that was the coolest thing. She always has showed up.
That's a whole lot of resilience on one stage. I'm getting emotional hearing all of your stories of exiting the life, because it also didn't just stop there. You each chose not to just let your journey of pain and hardship and exploitation end when you personally got out of exploitation, but each of you now work in the field and have chosen to continue to use your story for real change. And I'd love to hear what that journey of kind of reclamation looked like for you and what it means for you now to work in this space.
So I was the director of housing for the state of Florida, director of multifamily development, managing about $1.7 billion in affordable housing funds. As I was writing my book, when I started writing, my father had passed away at 103, and I needed to write, and I wrote 700 pages of single-spaced word vomit on a page, also because I wanted to share stories of resilience to my nieces and my nephews, and I went back 3 generations on both sides of the family to talk about the women and the indigenous women and the indigenous blood that flows through my veins, to show future generations in our bloodline that we are resilient and that the women in the family held the family together. And then that just, I went to DC, I was working on federal housing programs. I didn't intend on publishing my book. And then at one point, someone said, they got a hold of my manuscript. It was the rough draft that I had edited. It was about 312 pages. Regina King read my book from 227. I had a crush on her growing up. And other people read my book in the industry, and they were like, where are you with your IP? And I'm like, what is an IP? And okay, Harvard. And they explained intellectual property, and then they others connected me with my literary agent, and it's now being adapted into a film. And so I left the private and the public sector. I left good paying jobs. I built 5,000 units of affordable housing in the state of Florida. Here in Orlando, I built City View, in the Paramore district. I was part of the early team to build Creative Village, where UCF is in downtown campus. That was my baby project. I left to be able to find my purpose, and it wasn't easy. And it's still not easy. sitting up here, I kind of just want to like go outside, hug you guys, and like feel safe and be like, protect me. Because it's not easy standing up here in a room, especially with other men and men of color, because we're taught that we're not supposed to do this. But for me, I just got into Child Light Fellowship with the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, working on global data. I'm going to try to get the governments of Mexico, Colombia, Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, well, hopefully Venezuela, and different places to really start talking about the data and how trafficking and sexual exploitation impacts boys in various countries, especially Latin America. I'm doing the best I can, but it is not easy. In the survivor movement, it's not an easy space to be in. It's extremely toxic, and not everyone has worked through their own traumas. So I have to pick and choose who I allow in my space where I feel safe. And I'm really keep it simple. I wish I could say I'm trying to end human trafficking. My goal is to make sure that when a male boy survivor is identified or steps forward to reach out for help of any type of abuse, that the resources are available for them to be able to make sure that they get the services to be able to rebuild. And sadly, that is not the case. It does not exist. But I also want to thank the women in this space that has allowed a space for boys to be able to speak up, and boys like me, because without the women stepping forward, there was no way that the men would have the courage or the space to be able to be believed. So thank you.
To me, reclaiming ownership of my life means letting go of the fear of being seen, because the pain of staying hidden is far greater than the risk of being known. It means finally shedding the pressure to prove my worth or getting everything right. Most importantly, it means building an identity I'm truly proud of, one that no longer has to hide from herself. This ownership allows me to be the mother my daughter deserves. I now have the agency to create the home for her that I so desperately needed as a child. It's the realization that life doesn't just happen to me, it responds to me. I am learning that when I come home to myself, I finally have the foundation to provide a true home for her. That process is often dark. It's filled with shame and guilt, but in the midst of that, there are also these small, meaningful moments of growth and clarity. Those are the moments that keep me going.
I want to also say I'm very honored to be up here with all of you. My kid self would pinch myself, be like, there's no way I get to sit with others that can talk about what we went through to a room that wants to hear it, but also advocate for survivors. And I thank you for being a safe space for men and males out there, because we don't have enough. I wish we could replicate like 100 of you so that could be that bold. So thank you for what you're doing. I feel like with the reclaiming my life and my identity, I think I'm still learning how did I actually do that. I know for me, it was really important to work in education because I thought so much was missed in our care in education. So I was a director for 6 years, and I worked at Title I sites, and I actually ended up serving on the foster care committee and our truancy board, because it was so crucial to me, or how are we helping parents navigate the school system at getting their kids to school, at free lunches, but also making it a goal. Are we adding social emotional learning specialist teams to all the schools? That way we're going in there and doing restorative practice and restorative justice with families, because we can't place a child back into the home if we're not fixing the environment or strengthening those in their care. So that was really big for me. I did that for a handful of years. But the whole time I kept having this lingering, I think I'm supposed to do more. So thankfully, it was my husband that actually pestered me about it. That is fact. But he wanted us to actually become foster parents. I was really in the phase of wanting to adopt, and he's like, I think we have a bigger need. I think we should foster. He's like, we have time. And we ended up fostering for a few years, and I think that brought so much more healing because of going through the foster care system, being separated from my own siblings. So we were very adamant, any child coming into our home, they had to be the whole sibling set. We refused to take, that was the first question my husband would ask is, are they being separated? Is there any other sibling? Because that was something he knew I was so passionate about, we weren't gonna be separating kids. And then kept praying about it, and one more child miraculously came up on my search, and it was to work with survivors. And to me, like, that was I can tell you, I love it so much, just getting to show up. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's definitely tough days where sometimes clients can cuss you out, they don't want to see you. But I've done that too on the flip side, where I've told people off that I don't want their support, and I've been really learning, like, am I being intentional with my time when I'm showing up with a survivor? It's so easy to pick up the phone, but it's even more to actually show up, have a game plan. We're really working on these things. And I think that to me, it's like I have to remind myself what really did help me get the next steps. A conversation's great, but doing tangible steps and taking action are really what made the difference. And so I think to me, each time I get to walk alongside, that's reclaiming a piece. I'm sharing a piece of knowledge that I got to have.
What an incredibly powerful hour and a little bit over that we had together today. I am so grateful for each of you standing up in this space, being so vulnerable from one survivor to another. Thank you for choosing to be vulnerable with us today.
To our amazing panelists for your authenticity in sharing with us and really teaching us. So thank you guys. Thank you so much, Olivia. Thank you, thank you. And we're gonna have hugs all around. Absolutely. That was great. That was wonderful. Let's give them another round of love. Yes, absolutely. You guys, turn around and look at, you guys, we love you. We thank you. We appreciate you. That was great. We're just going to do a quick stage swap. If I could bring my amazing students down. Come on down. Come on down. And if we can go ahead and switch the chairs out and get the flowers, and we're going to get Edwin set right up. This is the last event before lunch, y'all. Yeah, so yes, absolutely. So we're getting set up. We have Mr. Edwin Rose, a filmmaker that I met in Texas when we were out there at the University of Houston. And he is going to showcase for the first ever his full-length documentary on labor trafficking in Africa within the fishing industry. It is a powerful conversation, and he tells it so well. So we'll get him set up. And then we'll get going. But I'm so glad you are all here with us today. It's a great day. It's a lot of learning, right? Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Got it? Thanks, bud. Thank you, guys.
Wait and pull. What I live ain't life. My mornings resemble a night never warm. Morning tides mimic ice, mother's love. Where has it gone? I wake and work.
In Ghana, human trafficking is a significant concern. With the country being classified as a Tier 2 nation in the 2020 Trafficking in Persons report by the U.S. Department of State. This classification indicates that although the government does not fully meet the minimum standards for the elimination of trafficking, it is making notable strides towards addressing the issue. The Global Slavery Index has estimated that 103,300 individuals are living in conditions of modern slavery. Focusing on Senya Baraku, a town in the central region of Ghana, we find a distressing prevalence of child trafficking, particularly linked to the fishing industry on Lake Volta. Poverty is widespread, with the World Bank reporting a poverty rate of approximately 23.4%. This economic hardship compels families to relinquish their children to traffickers, sometimes out of desperation for a better life or simply to survive.
Kojo, nem ko school so ade. Tele nem musu ya chene enfi. Ensem na mo bombo ne sei.
What are you trying me? Try me. The ones that. Yeah, no. Yeah. Hey, no, we are the old.
What from you, hey? Hey, where?
What's up, Savi?
Whatever, bro. What's up, baby?
Hey.
Hey, Atefia.
I'm sick of my country.
Listen, if you want ever way,
what for her? And I'm
Atefia.
How about me? What's your matter? When you're so catchy from sick of me.
With a man, transing and Cassie.
I'm sick of my motion, but so saying.
What's your name?
I feel saying,
if you mean,
catch from sick of me.
Go
on. From sick of me.
Oh, Atefia. With a man, transing and
why? Young cannibal, my umbrella crowd, or the baba, Matty. See, I have me by. Maybe I send Baba for Bakoju, Kitsuano. And show me him, sir, the Okako any say. Obey your job with Sumi and I, not the Atomoka 20 million or so. It's obey your job with Sumi, me, can say, and 9 pet, Busumi and 9 pet. Not the Atomoka 20 million, so not 10 million. Munya 10 million, with me up a family back.
Could you shot? Can be a family away.
No, me do quiet.
Mamma to send me out.
Would it say, Ubano or Quam, didn't go school. Mention 3 years. No, my shed, send away. The Obeyan says, Cancer Shaman, but best send sugar crabby if you may not pet and obey it. Cecilia, Muda Colan by Mammy. Hey, who put the Kabi? Acolano, Sicano, and ask them for police. Oh, police. Hey, the police at the end of May police if you fancy.
My name is Cassanemi. Why?
One in Casa.
About women.
Hey, Patrol, me ready. Miss me yet, me yet.
With my man and Cassanemi. Why?
One in Casa, and that's it. Me demand to any Bosumi and you do not go down with your own. Go down with your, you bet see I am. The come chairs are Tiffia. fine. One tape and two now, but come on, Kojo, young boy. Because what? Kojo, person, young boy. Why? Young boy. Jack, well, I'm not a pencil. Jano.
Swollen ankles and a tattered shirt. Hey, painful progress is what I birth. Cold waters, stiff sands, boats and nets. I rake the land. Achy shoulders, ashy hands, only do what they can in sweat-mingled waters. Where is home? I don't understand. Only in dreams do I rest. Escapism. Through closed eyes, I wonder why you let them take me.
Human trafficking is a global issue, and Ghana is not spared with its effect and its impact, okay? So it's a global phenomenon. Every country seems to have a bit of it, and we, with our specific location, we become a source country, a transit country, and a destination country for different aspects of human trafficking in the country. The black voter is one area that fishing goes on so much, and many times these fishers need support, some human support. Instead of employing older boys, they normally employ young boys, and we have as young as 4 years. I mean, out of every 5 children along the black voter you interview, 1 has been trafficked. Is that bad? And there are few girls there, but there are also girls who are victims. I visited some shelters, and then I also met them, but it's more boys over girls. So I also identified that human trafficking affects more young boys and men with respect to the domestic. You know, we have 2 types of human trafficking in Ghana. We have the domestic and the cross-border trafficking. And the research revealed that we had more young boys and older men who are more affected by the domestic trafficking, although girls too are affected, but more females are affected with respect to cross-border trafficking.
You know, sometimes something happens, okay? Something happens where there's a dead old. There's a dead old, and it could be as little as, or your mother did something, or you are ostracized from the community, and that's how you pay your debt. Okay, that's how you pay your debt. You pay your debt by sending your kids to go and work for somebody else. The kids are, unfortunately, they have no choice. They're just pawns in the game.
Yeah, first of all, when I was a little boy, I was actually in Liberia, Monrovia, during the war. My father had died, and then my mom brought us to Ghana. And when we came to Ghana, well, life was quite difficult, so my mother had to return to Liberia, and so I had to live with my grandmother. We are 6 siblings, and we're all scattered living with different people. But then, because of the economic hardship, there was a point in time where there was a decision to send me to Yeji. But when I was a little boy, I was like a sickler, I mean, very weak. So my brother was rather taken instead of me, my brother that I come after. So he was rather taken instead of me. And so when he went, he was maltreated, he was not treated well. He had to escape himself and came back, to Senya. And growing up with his experience and the conversation, how he managed to live his life, I got to see what I would have suffered if I was the one who was trafficked. Because eventually, in my family, I'm the only one who had been to school and to the university. That is my parents' children. So I would have been in his shoe anyway. So at a point in time, I had to listen to him carefully of all that he went through. Being concerned that this could have been me, I decided to give attention to the issue of child trafficking in Siabreko.
No question more 9 years. Since I did, you may say, Brem Cobra or no. Mempese and Corana Bebrebe. Don't say me your few up in your mobile. The woman say you tried there into me trap. I ain't ye that I ain't you cran. Be me the woman by a man. So Uncle for no more by a man, to me, some fun and banner yet. Now, be more dear, our foreman. And it is said a buffalo.
First of all, the elites, the people in power, right, have to recognize the problem. Okay? And some of them do, some of them don't. And some of them, I feel that they recognize the problem, but they fail to address it. Oh, well, we are fine. They make excuses. And it's also corruption. So once they are getting rich and wealthy, they're fine.
These members now property. Heavy burdens lie on top of me, God. I pursue this foreign task with swollen fingers mocking me. This ain't life. My spirit darker than night. Opening of youth, yet my skin is tight. I wake and pull.
Child trafficking is one of the rampant activities that goes on that affects a lot of children. Many a times, these children are taken to the riverbanks with the idea of going to work, make money, and then come back. Their parents are normally given a token in the form of maybe helping them. Sometimes they don't have anything, and then they just lure them with money and then send them there. And then when they go to the riverbanks, they put them under pressure. Things or activities that are not supposed to be done by kids, they engage them in. Sometimes they have to dive deep into the sea to go and then untangle nets that are tangled under the sea. And you know, most of the times it affects the children. Some even lose their life.
Harsh winds of adaption kiss. Nets called confusion suck. Boats called bitterness, a heart reborn calloused. Fatherless son whose soul was sold. I'm insane now. I wake and pull.
Ma what yan de? Ediben papan kasan. Yen wo man bi. Papan ebu anu wura na onye na yir na won wodi. Papan but yen de mo wo pe bia yan kwan po wotum wo swan do. Or the sieve or the sign crying do. Say, a abofan, a bonibia. Wotum wakade, 1 man namna and we, 1 man nam, and we namosu. Wotum sees you when I'm a buyer, bosom, 9 we namada. Afi, at the crossing there. Wotum, odum bribia. Wotum wakade, abofay, or your penny so, my ain uncle, by force. I didn't to me into a bacada, also a bacada, and your uncle. Obabruwa na ye bete o iji wumpa bo bia nkasa ho nyama pi na wanye fam ofane de dem na midin kan mekan nyama pi anu kwadi oyakun se ye ka ye wieda nti ya fa bi mu papa ankasa
I can't remember life, so I long for night. Negligent parents, a fresh back bears the price. I'll wake and pull.
Some of the NGOs, when they're tackling the traffic issue, they tackle the surface. So when they bring the kid back again, they will send the kid back again. So what you have to do to buy books, learning my make sure if there's a place which hostel or maybe you send a kid there, and then if a few, you can rescue about 10 and then take good care of them. I think it will help. And then the same 10 kids can what? Them to can come out and then they will help the community and rescue some of the kids from the community. But when you rescue a lot of kids and you bring them to the community, and then if you not take good care of them, the same people will go back again to the years. Because I know a lot.
It's basically, look, it basically all boils down to poverty and lack of opportunity and you know, uneducation or not uneducation, not educated. Yeah. It basically boils down to those three factors.
So that everybody will be aware. Some of them, they don't know the implications. They don't even know it is trafficking. All they know is that they've given their children to somebody to go and live with. But the condition under which the children live or they are being subjected to, some of them have no idea.
Lost it. Slipped between bruised fingers. Your presence, one that no longer lingers. Hope I hate you. Liar, snake, who choked patience out of me. Vision, dream, a joke, this gotta be, I'm free. What's that? Deceit, trickery, now posing as parents. Silhouettes of love, wet cheeks and long hugs. Coil yourself around me and squeeze harder. Hope, you sold your boy.
Sometimes too, it happens that they molest them, they beat them. Maybe they become stubborn, they give them instruction, they don't take it. And they have to beat them or take them through some ordeal that affects their children. So at the end of the day, some return have some kind of marks on them. Some cannot even hear well, have ear impairment and all that. Sometimes even visual. So we believe that children who are supposed to be in school, children who are supposed to be taken good care of, when they go through such ordeal, it becomes a burden on the family, on the community, and then the nation at large. So when they are brought back, they have a lot of challenges and these traumas. That is why they have to be taken through a rehabilitation process. Things that they have neglected them, deprived them of, we have to reorganize them, reorient them, teach them how to talk, teach them how to get closer to you, embrace them, show them love, show them care. Whatever they need psychologically, you have to just look at them and realize or notice that this is what the child needs. Sometimes even when they are hungry, they wouldn't be able to tell you because of the traumatization of their situation. So you have to notice from their facial expressions or their body posture to know that they are hungry, and then you provide them food. Then afterwards, you counsel the child and let them know that if they are hungry, they have to say it so that you also provide for them. So it becomes a process, a gradual process to get them back to life again. So these are some of the activities we do to get them back into the fold.
Ignorance. Oh, what bliss. Innocence. How I missed that you love the young. Love the dumb. You love children.
The truth of the matter is that before the process, they don't know the effect. Yeah, so they do it out of negligence. But then after those children have been brought back and they realize the kind of trauma they've gone through, they realize the negative effect on the children or on the child, then they begin to realize that they've made a very big mistake. Some have sold them, some have given their children out, And at the end of the day, they have realized that they've made a very, very big mistake. Because if you look at a child who's been trafficked for like 5 years, 6 years, or 10 years, by the time they come back, they wouldn't come to meet their peers who have the same age with them at that level. A child, for example, who is supposed to be in maybe junior high 3 will come back from that ordeal and then will have to start basic 1. By then, their peers will be gone. So when they compare their children to those children who have gone far in education and are making it in life, then they begin to regret. They feel like they wouldn't have done what they did. Yeah, so there is that kind of remorse.
In them you root your cruelty. My shame exposed, like agitation the wind it blows, a future page of my eulogy. Time, my enemy.
Normally, our educational system is such that every child has to be in school with his or her correct age. So, for example, if you are age 4, you have to start KG 1, age 5 KG to level 1, age 6. So if you are trafficked and you come back and you are 18, you're supposed to even be in senior high school. But then because you have had that kind of academic gap, you have to start from maybe level 1. You haven't had the basics in education, so there is no way you can be placed at your correct age. So these are some of the effects that it will have on the child's education. And then even like I was saying, in language acquisition, you feel like because you couldn't have that kind of basics, acquiring the language from the scratch, it becomes very difficult for that child to catch up with their peers who have already had that kind of opportunity.
We have what we call something like complementary basic education. So when the children are taken at that early age, when they are rescued and then they are brought into the school system, some of them, they find it difficult trying to cope. So we have to take them through a lot of interventionary programs before they can fully integrate into the mainstream.
My size, now a burden. Their class, my cell. Mockery is what they're serving. Ignorance, oh, what bliss. Is this healing? My environment, life, entertainment, evil laughter, what I'm hearing. Their mouths exalt insecurity. Ignorance, oh, what bliss. Their mouths speak what they don't know, then blow it with a kiss called youth.
Some of them, because of the conditions they are subjected to, you can see that some of them, they coil into themselves. They lose their self-confidence and I don't know, they are traumatized. So it takes some kind of therapeutic treatment for them to be able to come out of that situation in which they found themselves as a result of the condition which they are subjected to. Yes, very, very bad conditions.
What are you doing?
Yes.
Okay, you are trying to write poetry. Yes. Okay, let me guide you. Okay, so this is how we start. Poetry helps you to paint with pictures and words. It's a way to express your feelings and emotions. So, use your experiences, what you have gone through in life. When you were taken out of your parents' house to that place, what did you go through? So put those words into practice. Write them down. As you write, you read along.
I wake and who?
3.
What? I live is not life.
Great.
My mornings resemble night. Nights never warm. Morning tides mimic ice.
Okay. Read that again from top to down.
I wake and poop. What I live is not life.
Great.
My mornings resemble night. Nights never warm. Morning tides mimic ice.
It's powerful. As you write your truth on paper, it will help you to heal fast. So put your emotions, your experiences on the paper. So remember your experiences and keep putting them on paper. Okay? I'll go and check on the others. I'll see you later. Keep going. I would like to encourage parents that they should do their best to take their children in and treat them as their own. They should love their children because they came out from them. And God, being so good, knew that as a parent, you are the one who is a caretaker of your child. That is why He handed that particular child to you. So if you neglect your child and you make your child suffer, you are telling God that you are not a good parent. And I'm sure that will not serve right for you. As well, I would want to talk to those who are victims of child trafficking, parents who are victims of child trafficking, that they should not keep long in finding solution to where their child is, finding solution to go to institutions that would help them find their children, because the more they keep long, the more they are putting their children at a risk of either death, suffering, or the worst case scenario. So I am pleading with parents who are victims of child trafficking that they should find their children or go to institutions that can help them find their children as early as they can to prevent any disaster.
Or we at Becky's Foundation feel that we need to increase advocacy, awareness creation, to let the children, the parents, the communities, the whole world know that child trafficking, child labor is not good for our children. It's not good for the future. So it has to stop. So advocacy work should continue. Education should continue. We have to engage all the institutions like the churches, the CBOs, the NGOs, the mosques, Muslim communities, every institution have to add their voice.
Child sex trafficking happens all over the world. Child labor trafficking happens all over the world. Child trafficking happens right here in the United States. It's everywhere. So culturally, as an entire society, we have to reevaluate how we think about the familial unit. But what's the number one driver of why someone would sell their children? Is to feed their family. And so when you're up against whether our whole family eats or we have to send off our child to go and work in the fish farm or in the cocoa fields or in some agricultural work environment, there has to be a larger conversation in societies about keeping the familial unit together. And that's not an easy answer. It's not at all. Because when you're looking at extreme poverty and where your next meal will come from, it's a hard decision to make. So we collectively should support organizations that absolutely stand against child trafficking and child labor. When we as an entire global community say we will not support these organizations that use child labor and we stop paying them, they will stop using child labor.
Child trafficking and then child labor. It is something that will not help, and it's not helping our children and their future. So it has to stop, and it must stop, so that our children will have that kind of opportunity and explore, have better education, they should experience that kind of love, parental love and care. The community have to know that every child has potentials in them, and it is our responsibility to develop those potentials so that in future they hold forth. When we are no more, they hold forth.
And so it has to be a collective conversation. And it's not just the problem of Ghana. It's not just the problem of the United States. It's the problem of every country in the world.
How can we handle this problem to tackle human trafficking in Ghana? Lack of education, so we create awareness. Provide support to victims and help poverty perish. The challenges of these cultural practices must be addressed. Enhance law enforcement so these things can come to effect. To eradicate this modern day slavery, bravery has to be born. For human trafficking to subside, sometimes the truth has to be told to discover a lie. This is happening everywhere, globally. This is a war crime.
Take me back to the garden where it all began.
Oh, sorry, there's more translators coming. I'm so sorry. Do you want me to turn the lights back off? Oh, okay, got it.
Your chance to erase me past. Your seeds didn't take. Where you invested evil eye in source as gas, your blows didn't break. I'm free now. With knowledge of your secret place, my soul you couldn't take. I will make more of my kind. My trauma, the birthplace of deliverance. These memories constantly on rewind. I will remember this. My survival, I will teach. My chained silence speaks.
Okay, that was good. That was Kojo, and he will return. And I have the honor to introduce the amazing filmmaker who made this documentary, Edwin Rose. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was pretty powerful, right? And something, I met him at the University of Houston last summer, and he showed me a short clip of it, and I said, please, would you come to Florida and show this to our community? And he said, yes, I'll actually premiere the full-length documentary to us. You're the first to see it, y'all. You're the first to see it. So thank you, Edwin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Edwin, let me ask you, how did you start this documentary? What got you into the fight of labor trafficking? And tell us how you kind of stepped into this.
Okay, well, back in 2018, I visited Ghana to film another documentary that was basically highlighting the different businesses and things that are going on out there to show that they're everything, to show the other side of Africa that the media doesn't usually show. Because they usually show the negative. I wanted to show the positive. But while I was there, I connected with an orphanage that one of my college professors was telling me about. And while I was there, I saw what was going on. And basically, they were there to help help fight trafficking there as well as other things. Anytime someone would abandon their child, or they'll give parents an alternative to giving their children up for traffickers. So I did a little piece for them then, and it ended up helping them to get more sponsorships and all that. So God told me, I need you to do a film on this, but not just this, but all areas of human trafficking. That'll be the first one. So it took me a few years. So back in 2022, that's when I launched a campaign to go back to Ghana to finish that project, and that'll be the first chapter. The next chapter will be filmed here in the United States, and that'll be dealing with sex trafficking, child sex trafficking here. And then eventually I want to cover organ harvesting and every aspect, basically. So each chapter will cover a different area. So that's what it was, God planted it in my heart to do it. And not just that, but all aspects of trafficking in other films too. But that was going to be the thing that's going to really get that side of my ministry, because to me, filmmaking is ministry. So
that's wonderful. It was so good, and I like that the second film is going to be Kojo now will return. So tell us about this young man who was trafficked for more than a decade in the fishing industry, and how is he doing now, and how are you connecting and moving forward?
Well, I guess I really did my job good, because Kojo is actually a fictitious character, but it was what happened to him is actually happening there. So in the process of creating the film, I was speaking with the Seth, that was the guy over Becky's foundation. He was in a film, and they basically gave me the rundown of what happened. So we basically came up with a story that fits what actually happens, as opposed to just something thrown together. And so the idea is to take Kojo from, he obviously saw he ended up coming to America, and he's going to be, in the next film, he'll be an activist just fighting human trafficking.
Like that. That's fantastic. And it seemed like in your film that the resources and the support that is coming out of around these fishing communities is pretty good, because they talked a lot about, talking to the families, getting help for the families so they don't have to sell their children into that. And so those resources. And so talk about how can us as a community help that community. I said one thing, and I say this again, and thank you for putting me in your documentary. That was really nice. But we have to know where we're purchasing our food from. We have to know where we're purchasing our goods and services from. And we have to stand together and say, we will not purchase slaved in goods out there. If that is a fishing community, thank you.
Yes.
If it's a fishing community, we will not purchase fish from them if they use child labor, right? They were child trafficking. So talk a little bit about the resources that you found when you were doing this documentary.
Yes, of course, the Becky's Foundation, and then there were several other organizations there, churches that really work hard. Like the guys that were interviewed, that was speaking in their native tongue, they basically every week they're out there rescuing kids from those conditions. In fact, when I was interviewing them, just a week before, sadly, they found the child that was deceased. So yeah, it was pretty intense, but they do have a lot of resources within the community that's fighting that, and it's mostly survivors that are forming these organizations. Another thing I wanted to mention about the film in general, all of those kids that were in the film, they were orphans. All the kids are orphans. The little boy that played young Kojo, his name is Timothy. He's orphan. And the lady that played the trafficker, she was once trafficked. So all of them were heavily invested in the project in general from personal experiences, which made it even more impactful to do. And we decided to do the dialogue in their native language so it can be more impactful, and went from there.
That's really, it was very, very authentic, and I did think Kojo, but, that was a real person, but it is a real person that has gone through that. Might not have been that particular one. So what is your vision for this documentary? Who do you want to see it? What's your next steps for it?
Well, looking to work on getting a distribution deal, at least to get it out there. But also what I want to do in addition to that, I want to work with organizations like yourself to create a impactful training video. Because when we go to those training videos dealing with, be it human trafficking, be it with whatever, they're typically just bland and boring and don't really hold the audience. You have to hold the audience, make it stick to where they're constantly thinking about it. Just like when you see one of your favorite movies in general, that one movie you saw that's always in your mind, like, man, that was a good movie. You watch it over and over again. That's the type of effect, when we create training videos, it should have that same effect. So I'm already kind of working on that as well.
Well, that's awesome, and we definitely want to partner with you because I think you're fantastic, and I think your film was fantastic. And thank you for honoring us and showing it. And you can see, look at this, and you can connect with Edwin here at E Rose Films or Edwin Rose at erosefilms.com. You guys show him some love, connect with him, right?
Also, when we get a break, I would like to get just any feedback.
Absolutely.
Feedback and reviews for social media purposes.
We have a testimonial booth set up somewhere around here. I know it because Stacie told me they did it. And so we can definitely do that. Please use our testimonial booth and we'll help to gather some of that, or you can use your video. But if you guys have some feedback for Edwin, he generously came here for his time to show us this. Please do give him some feedback, and whether it's great or you just want to connect with him. And then we want you to know that as a university, we definitely want to partner in the future, and you could come and make our great training videos with us, right? So make it count. So you guys, I want to thank Edwin again for debuting this, and thank you so much, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we have 1 hour before our next event starts at, about 50 minutes. Our next event is at 1:30 back in this room. Currently, we have all sorts of sandwiches and some Chick-fil-A boxes and some snacks, some chips, some drinks, all this fun. And it's right over in the student lounge. So my amazing student volunteers will be directing you guys that way. Please head out and then come back right before 1:30. Go have a great lunch, everybody. All right, everyone, welcome back. Thank you for coming back and joining us. I hope you all had an enjoyable lunch. It was delicious, and you guys got to network and connect with your friends and fellow advocates. I know I get the itis. I want to take a nap. So we're going to keep it lively for these next. We have 2 more sessions that are going to be spectacular, and then one small closing couple minutes, and then we'll be off on our way for an amazing afternoon and evening. So I want to introduce, we have Megan Lundstrom, CEO of Polaris. She's going to, yes, absolutely, yes. She's all the way here from DC by way of Colorado. So and she is a busy lady, and we're so excited when she said she would come down and share with us some great information. So welcome, Megan, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wickey, and thank you, Tomas, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. And as Dr. Wickey said, the post-lunch session is always a challenge to keep everybody awake, right? Good for me, because I get to be up here and have an adrenaline rush. But my session is also going to be interactive, so hopefully going to help you all push through the sleepy time post-lunch slump. Before we get started, as Dr. Wickey said, my name is Megan Lundstrom. I am the CEO of Polaris. I stepped into this role about a year ago. Prior to that, I was with Polaris for about 2 years. I came to Polaris to design and pilot the Resilience Fund, which is a direct cash assistance pilot for survivors of human trafficking across the U.S. And so we'll have some more exciting announcements later this year about where the Resilience Fund is headed. But prior to that, I founded and ran the Avery Center for Research and Services, which was based in Colorado and served victims and survivors of commercial sexual exploitation and sex trafficking across the country. And I got into this work way back, so more than a decade ago now, because I am a survivor of sex trafficking myself, and there were no services for people like me in my local community in Colorado at that time. And so realized we have to change this. And so that's when I started the Avery Center. But through the past decade, I have stayed in this field and really found places to use my skills and knowledge over the years in meaningful ways. And so just like many of you here today, you come into this field with an initial why, and then you end up staying, and there's so much work to do, and we have to do it together. So that's part of what I want to actually talk about today. And to get us started, I really want to talk at the systems level, what is going on, and this is also going to give you all a sneak peek into what Polaris is doing. We are taking a strategic pivot starting this year, and so you're going to get to see, and not just see, but take part in how we pivot and where we pivot. So when we think about systems, right, most of the work that happens in anti-trafficking at this time happens after that signal appears. So that's after the report, after the self-disclosure, after a data point informs us, right? And so today, as we start talking about this is a conversation that I think can be really easy to point the finger and blame or feel defensive, right? And so as we're talking about systems level topics, I want to pause and make sure we're all on the same page in terms of what we're going to be doing today. So this session is really about designing and listening. It's about how we ask questions, not what we're going to conclude from today. And we're really, again, focused on systems-wide translation. What we're not going to do, Polaris oftentimes presents on findings. And so I have data points that I'm happy to share, but that's not what we're doing today. You actually are informing our next design process. This is not, all of you here today are lovely, wonderful humans from across the state of Florida, across the country, but you're not necessarily representative of all the voices in the anti-trafficking space, right? So this is just one of many conversations that Polaris is having over this year with different groups of stakeholders like yourselves. And then lastly, love you all, you're not a decision-making body, right? So we're not gonna like vote and then Polaris is going to come out and dictate that the anti-trafficking field needs to do the things that we talked about here today. Again, this is really to inform what Polaris is doing over this year and into the future. So, before I get started on this, I'll give you a little bit of time to look over this. But while you are, I want to share a little bit about just what the heck is Polaris doing. So as many of you know, Polaris created and operated the National Human Trafficking Hotline for the last 18 years. And just this last fall, we transitioned the hotline to a new operator. And so this has been a massive identity challenge for Polaris. And it also means that a lot has changed in the anti-trafficking field in terms of relationships, knowledge, questions. So we've got a lot going on with that. But at the same time, we've also just had a lot of transitions over the last several years in the anti-trafficking space. And we're really at this inflection point now. So while I will kind of jump back and forth between what Polaris is doing now and where have we come from. So as to create a foundation for all of us today, before 2000, there was nothing in the US in terms of something like the Trafficking Victims Protection Act. So there was really no national system, no national coordination around this issue. Human trafficking was happening, but there wasn't necessarily infrastructure and guidance or a framework on how to address it. So between 2000 and 2010, following the passage of the TVPA, there was this initial recognition of, oh my goodness, this thing that's been happening, we have words for it, we have federal legislation for it, and we know that it's happening around the world. It wasn't until 2010 that the US said, oh, trafficking is happening within our borders to our people. And so in 2010, that was the first year that the US TIP report that comes out through the State Department included an evaluation of the United States. Up until that point, the US had really been looking at trafficking globally and reviewing other countries, but we had not turned that mirror back on ourselves until 2010. So from 2010 to 2020, we had that acknowledgement and then expansion of domestic anti-trafficking work, but then also this continued global engagement and learning and building out programs and resources and systems. From 2020, in the pandemic, to 2024, we've had a lot of social disruption and fragmentation. And so some of that was like the COVID-19 pandemic, which impacted all systems and all people around the world. But then within the anti-trafficking space, we've also seen many disruptions. We've seen funding change and leave this space. We've seen practices change, priorities change. We've just seen a lot of change. And then in 2025, we've also seen this economic disruption with changing at the federal level to funding for victim services, for resources to vulnerable communities. And so we're really at this hinge point right now, specifically within the anti-trafficking field. And so last year, after I stepped into this CEO role, I traveled around the country so much, meeting different stakeholder groups and here just listening, sharing a little bit about what Polaris was doing and what we were working on going forward, but really focus on listening to the people doing the work on the ground every day, you all. And one of the things that I heard over and over again from stakeholders across all stakeholder groups, so law enforcement, direct service providers, researchers, funders, same question over and over again, is what we're doing working? So, having been in direct service for almost a decade, I definitely, okay, oh, yep. I can definitely attest to, as a direct service provider, I can tell you 100 stories off the top of my head about individual lives that were changed and have been changed through identification, intervention, and referral to services. As a survivor myself, I exited my trafficking situation in 2012, and so when I look over the last 13 years at my own journey, and also just looking at the resources that were available to people like me in 2012 versus now, there's been change. But collectively, when we think about is what we're doing working, it gets kind of sticky, right? So I'm going to talk about that here in a sec. Okay, so when it comes to answering this question, is what we're doing actually working? Well, one of our challenges is we don't have data systems that talk to each other. I always get so excited when I see Bright present because I love just, we need a really comprehensive picture of what's going on, right? To inform where do we put our time and effort, what is actually working, what isn't working, where are the gaps. So this statistic comes from Polaris's National Survivor Study, which was first published in 2023. It is the largest sample of survivors of trafficking across the US that have participated in and co-created a research initiative. So the National Survivor Study had 457 survivors that participated. And of those, 43% are living on less than $25,000 a year and supporting families of 2 to 3 on that income. So is what we're doing working? So let's take a couple more data sets. So this first data set since 2000, this data comes from Allies Against Slavery's data on prosecutions. So they have prosecution data at the state level. So since 2000, this is just using Mississippi as an example, 12 federally prosecuted cases in the last 25 years, 19 defendants, 13 victims, and no labor trafficking prosecutions, okay? Now, what we know about from the point that signal is received, right? From the point that law enforcement receives a tip or a report or somebody reaches out for help, there's a lot of things that may play out between that and a successful prosecution, right? So that could be that it is a charge that is not prosecuted at the federal level within that state. It can be a charge that is not human trafficking. So this is just the human trafficking statute. It could be money laundering, it could be organized crime. There are a lot of other criminal statutes that a trafficker might end up being prosecuted under. But it's very small, especially when you compare the hotline, the national hotline. So in 2024 alone, the hotline sent 195 cases to Mississippi law enforcement involving 300 victims. And I don't have it up here, but a large percentage of those were labor trafficking cases. So again, we have to ask that question, is what we're doing working? And again, this isn't about blaming Mississippi. This isn't about pointing the finger at law enforcement. It is looking at the systems. Where are systems breaking down? Where are systems experiencing just overwhelm? And they cannot keep up with the volume of trafficking that is happening. Those are the questions that I really want to start thinking about this year. So, this year, building upon the National Survivor Study, so the NSS, Polaris is launching officially, as of this month, the National Stakeholder Study, or the NSS 2.0. And so we are coming to all of you to say, based on what survivors say, are points of vulnerability, are opportunities for intervention that didn't happen, are needs and resources post-exploitation that aren't being met now. What are your greatest challenges to addressing those? So that's what we are going to be asking. We're going to be meeting with stakeholders. So Polaris, as an organization, we have 10 stakeholder groups, okay? And I don't have it up here. I should put this slide in. I'm making a mental note now. So those 10 stakeholder groups include academia, law enforcement, government and policymakers, NGOs and victim service providers, the faith-based community. So we have 10 different groups. One of those is survivors. And as of this year, we are starting to shift survivors from our own stakeholder group to recognizing that survivors are showing up across all stakeholder groups, right? We can be survivors and work at an NGO providing victim services. We can be survivors and work in law enforcement. And so that lived experience is starting to integrate across stakeholder groups, which is very exciting. So over this year, this is what Polaris's timeline roughly looks like right now and what you can expect to hear from us over the course of 2026. This first quarter, we're designing the questions, so we're going to do a little bit of that today. Then in quarter 2, we're going to be listening at scale. We're going to be sending out surveys, inviting folks in for focus groups and conversations. In Q3, our team is going to sit down and dive into all of that. Where's the researchers in the room? Cool, I see you guys. You're my people. We're going to make sense of what we're hearing. So start to look for the themes across stakeholder groups. Where are those systems really struggling collectively? Regardless of where we are in the country or the type of work that we're doing, where are the challenges that we're all having? And then from there, we're going to start to share what we're learning with you all and where we're going to head next. So again, I'm going to pause. What we're asking you to do today is to help us design how we are going to listen. So again, we're not coming up with conclusions, we're not creating priorities, we're really just looking for that design input from you today. And again, we're gonna replicate this process across audiences over 2026. So just this month, I have done a similar exercise with the financial crimes and anti-money laundering community at financial institutions. I've done a couple different group exercises similar to this already, and we're going to continue doing that. And then we will be sending out those formal surveys and focus group invitations coming up soon. So I'm going to have you all just pause. No falling asleep. You got to sit in silence for 5 minutes, but no dozing off. So look next to you. You need an accountability partner if you're starting to nod off a little bit. So I want you to take a couple minutes and you can write this down. You can just sit and reflect. You can send a text message to yourself. That's what I do. But I want you to think about these 2 questions. What is one question that the field is not asking enough right now, but should be? And then whose insight would most improve decisions if it were consistently included, but usually isn't? So I'm gonna give you guys about 5 minutes to just reflect on those questions. And then as you're doing that, I also want you to reflect on if you're brave enough to share after we come back together. Okay, I'm hearing whispering, so I'm assuming that we're kind of reaching conclusion of self-reflection. So for the sake of time, I would love if 2 brave people would be willing to share one or both of the answers. Adult children of survivors in terms of the answer for the second one. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, so adult children of survivors that have really lived through a great portion of that journey and experienced as a child of a survivor, especially if, you know, the child, maybe the trafficker, is the other parent too. Thank you. Any other brave souls? Yes. Thank you. So yeah, the intersection of disabilities and human trafficking and sexual exploitation, we know that those intersections are there, and even around domestic violence and sexual assault more broadly, right? And so making sure that we're really looking at those intersections and the vulnerabilities, the support systems, all of those pieces. Thank you so much, both of you. So I'm going to kind of wrap this one into the following slides, so stick with me for a minute. So because we are in an auditorium, we've got a little bit of a grouping challenge, but if you are around other people, please engage with the folks around you for this conversation. Again, this is to cluster topics that are coming up. So we don't have time or patience today for debate. We're not focused on winning. We're just focused on naming things that exist in the space. And so some of that disagreement is actually useful. So it's allowed, but also just for the purpose of time. We don't have time to really work through and solve those things today. We just need to know what is happening. So think about kind of these 3 buckets: signals we trust, signals we ignore, and signals we don't know how to use. And so for the context of this, a signal may be, if you're in law enforcement, an inbound call, reporting an instance of human trafficking. If you're an NGO, that signal may be a survivor reaching out to do intake for services. And then when we think about like the information that is coming in, some of it we know is we trust it, right? We say trust survivors, believe survivors. So if we're doing an intake and they're telling us their experience, hopefully that falls in the bucket of signals we trust, right? Signals we ignore. Did you guys know 2/3 of inbound calls to the National Human Trafficking Hotline are out of scope? They're not human trafficking related. They may be tangential, so mental health, substance use disorder, sexual assault, child abuse, lots of other issues, but not indicators of human trafficking. So those, we don't necessarily ignore those. The hotline refers out to other organizations, so we don't ignore those. And then signals we don't know how to use. Sometimes we get information, maybe a financial institution gets a new, they're starting to see a new trend, but it's not in the algorithms around predictable behaviors with money laundering and other financial crimes. What do you do with it? We don't know what to look at. So during the pandemic, there was this huge spike in OnlyFans accounts, right? Financial institutions didn't know what to do with this sudden volume of noise of like, what is going on here and how do we detect trafficking that is potentially happening in this new set of inbound signals. So take a few minutes to talk with folks around you and think about this piece when it comes to those system stress tests. So what should be done? Who should do it? Why they need to do it? who you do it with, or is it something else? So with those examples that I just gave, like, what do you do next? You receive that information. Maybe it's something that you disregard or you refer elsewhere, but where do you refer it elsewhere? How do you know that you can refer it to somewhere else and that they're going to do something with that information or that person's needs? And then thinking again about these systems, what are the incentives that are lacking, or maybe creating a divergence in where signals need to go because there's incentives for it to go somewhere else. So I'll give you guys, again, about 5 minutes to turn and chat with folks next to you on this one. one more minute, and then we're going to come back together. Okay, we're going to come back together. So wrap up your conversation with the folks around you. So I'm going to need some brave folks once again to do some sharing for the next couple of minutes. So would love to hear from a few groups. If you want to nominate a speaker amongst you, rock, paper, scissors, fight it out. But if you could share if there was multiple stakeholder perspectives in your group or just one specific group. But I want to hear what is one pattern that came up in the conversation and what is one of those breakdown points? So is it governance? Is it trust? Is it that partnership piece? What is it? So who is my lucky first contender? I see a hand back here.
So from my own experience, I would say law enforcement and government is being constantly picked up and thrown in jail because I was the prostitute being, picked up for a sting. And it was just a revolving door. I never asked the right question. And just put in systems in place where those questions are asked. Can I get you the help that you need, instead of just putting you in jail and then you're getting bonded out by your trafficker or your abuser. And so it just continues to happen. And so I think that's where the gap, meeting that need, and also in when they get to the court systems, right, is like, you see that she's been multiple times for soliciting prostitution. Like, how about having somewheres where, or a list of places that they can go and get the help that they need, instead of it just being something that's just shoved under the rug, okay? Like, I think that's pretty much something that I think needs improvement.
Thank you. So yeah, it even sounds like some of the signals aren't even being processed, right? So they're being ignored, or they don't know that that's what that signal is, right? And so from that point forward, that redirection route is not even there in a lot of times. And so making sure that that assessment process and then a protocol for, if these questions are asked and these answers follow, then what do you do? Thank you so much. Who else would like to share? You want to share?
You got voluntold. Hi, I'm Christine with the Alliance to End Human Trafficking. In my previous role with the Diocese of Orlando Human Trafficking Task Force and Catholic Charities of Central Florida, my role was education and awareness, but being with Catholic Charities, I often got calls from human trafficking victims directly and so forth. One of the challenges that I felt like I came across pretty often was I felt like the people that were calling were mentally unstable. And I feel like that's one way that they can be dismissed. And I'll just share a quick story because there was one story that had a happy ending. There was someone that called me looking for assistance, and I mean, her I can, just talking with her, you just know she needed to get on her meds, and her stories were just out there, and I think it would have been so easy to dismiss her. But we were able to arrange for her to get transportation to Aspire. She got the medication that she needed. She ended up coming back to Catholic Charities for other services, but the difference between her being before on meds and after, it was tremendous. I mean, she was like a whole nother different person. And I've spoken with other people before, and I try to refer them out because I was in direct services to law enforcement, and they're like, well, we called law enforcement, they won't do anything. They feel like they're crazy, or it's not the right term, but that's the impression, I think. And so I think that's been one of the challenges. Also getting someone to respond in a timely manner. So I worked with like JMJ Pregnancy Center, and they would have women that come in for services, and they can showing the signs of trafficking, but they can only, they will try to hold them there for hours, and no one would ever respond, and they can't hold them there forever. So these are some of the women that are falling through the cracks.
Thank you. So yeah, another system where there's information coming in that is either going ignored, or it is being confused or kind of layered over with other overlapping things like mental health challenges, and not knowing what are we supposed to do in this situation, what are the most pressing needs, and then getting those needs met very quickly as well. Thank you. Do we have any law enforcement or government folks, policymakers? Would love to hear from you all. Did I see a hand? Oh, I see a hand over here. Is that Alan? Thank you.
Just an old retired street cop. David and I were talking a little bit during this session or during this question. I've had the privilege in my career to work with dozens, for sure, maybe even hundreds of survivors, which I hold in high regard. Some of these that consider to be dear friends. One of the things we were talking about is what happens when the helper becomes the herder. What happens, because I can't think of one survivor that I've had the privilege of talking with and becoming friends with that has not shared with me at some point, hey, law enforcement was one of my buyers, or a judge was a buyer, or a social worker abused me. Supposed to be helping me, but they in turn violate. How do we create systems? We were talking about, because David is a whiz at AI, creating an AI IA. IA and law enforcement is internal affairs. They're the ones that catch bad cops. How do we create something in the system to be able to catch the signal of those who are supposed to be helping, but in turn, they're really hurting?
Thank you so much, Alan. Really great point, which just as Alan was sharing, it reminded me of a good friend of mine who her CPS worker introduced her to her first trafficker at the age of 16. How do we catch those signals, right? Those people should not be in those positions at all. And so how do we determine and set up systems to keep vulnerable people safe? So great point. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to think of other stakeholder groups. Do we have any faith-based institutions, or do we have any private sector folks here today? No, at least hiding somewhere. Anyone else you want to share?
Again, from the faith-based sector, I could piggyback off of what he just said. A lot of times the helpers become those that do harm. And you're seeing more and more that the clergy and different people in the churches are part of this systematic problem. And the other thing is, when family members bring things to the church, they don't want to take it through the proper channels. They want to say, it's just something spiritual, and they don't really see it as a ongoing problem, and they don't give it any attention until it gets out of hand, where people should be comfortable coming to their clergy to start the process of getting healing and getting assistance when they're victims. That should be one of the, besides their family, one of the first places they can come to.
Thank you. Yes, another one.
Also, from speaking with people, you have cases where you have people within their own family that are causing the issue. And then because it's, oh, well, that's uncle such and such or auntie such and such or whomever, father, mother, whatever, that's the issue too. And then that person really feels trapped and stuck because it's a family member. And they say, no, you can't, that's family. They put it under the rug. So that's.
Absolutely. And if you can't trust your family, who can you trust, right? Thank you. Okay, one more.
I'm Savi with One More Child. I think as providers, we need to be really careful when it comes to labeling and diagnosing our clients. For me, ultimately, it felt like an identity that, for me, was at least validated because I was reacting to like trauma. I was enacting behavioral issues because of what had happened to me. And when people diagnosed me, it almost became like that behavior was excusable because it's like, oh, okay, I can do this because I'm bipolar. I can do this because I'm ADHD. It almost becomes a crutch sometimes. So, yeah, if that makes sense.
Thank you, guys. So now this is where, can I see, where's the academics in the room? Okay. So I'm sure you all are probably listening for the themes, and I'm hearing the themes as a social scientist myself. What I'm hearing across all of these different examples and observations is that a lot of systems or signals are either intentionally diverted or they're interpreted through a framework that diverts them somewhere else. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of trust. Like that's the breaking point across most of these is that trust piece. And so I think that is very poignant and something that makes a lot of sense in where we are in the anti-trafficking space right now, broadly within stakeholder groups and especially across stakeholder groups. What does it look like to have trust currency? What does it take to build trust? And what we know is it takes a long time to build trust in a good environment, right? But when you have individuals across stakeholder groups, not just survivors of trafficking, but when you've experienced a breakdown of trust, it takes even longer to rebuild it and do that repair work. That's tough stuff. So thank you all for sharing with me today. I want to just give you a little bit of context here before I close. But what happens next? So again, as a reminder, this input from you all today is going to be swirling around in my head. I'm going to be putting it into a document and sharing it with our data and intelligence team. This is just used as design input to better understand what are the questions that are applicable, again, across stakeholder groups for the NSS 2.0. These aren't treated as findings, so I'm not going to run back and say the field has collectively decided that these are the issues that everybody agrees on and we need to focus on. I'm really looking at that 10,000-foot view of the themes that are coming up. And they will be combined with other listening spaces. So again, doing a lot of these over the course of this year. So this is just a friendly reminder that we don't end trafficking by simply collecting or reporting more signals. Because what I didn't hear from any of you is we don't have trafficking here. As a stakeholder, we're not seeing inbound signals, right? I did not hear that from any of you. We're all getting or sending those signals. So we end trafficking by designing and improving systems that know how to listen, and that is the adventure that Polaris is embarking upon this year with you all. So if you want to stay connected with us, this is my shameless plug, you can go to our website, polarisproject.org. You can sign up to learn more and be added to our newsletter list. And you can follow us on every single social media platform. So we will be sending out more information about how to engage with the NSS 2.0 this year. It's not gonna just be one email, so don't worry, you'll see many points of reminders and opportunities to engage. And you can engage with us through those opportunities. So again, thank you all for having me here today, and I look forward to connecting with you all and continuing to learn alongside you all this afternoon.
You know, we're gonna give Megan another round of applause because she is amazing, and it's such an honor to have you here. Like, truly and sincerely, and I just love that you're gonna keep doing what you're doing, and so we're in. We're going to take just a quick 5-minute break. They're going to set up for the next panel, our final panel. Please don't miss it. It's going to be part of the EPIK project, the case for demand, right? We talked a lot about demand today, right? There wouldn't be, we say, what's the root of the bad fruit? And that's what we're going to hear in this next final session. So we're just taking 5 minutes because they just need to set up. If you need something, another refreshment or to use the restroom, please do that now. And we'll see you in 5 minutes. So we are going to begin. So please, if everybody could please take your seats. We have this amazing last session of today. How many are learning something today? Right? Okay, wonderful. That is the goal, is that we are empowered, right, equipped, educated. And so this last session, again, is the case for demand. And so we have Justin. Where's Justin at? How do you say your last name? Euteneier? Okay. Justin Euteneier, the Director of Programs for EPIK Project, and he's going to introduce what is EPIK for those that don't know. Bryon Rossi, City Leader for EPIK, our local guy here. Good to see you, Bryon. Curtis Miller, the founder, Connect ED and Community Psychologist. Wow. Okay. Well, guys, if you want to come up, and I think Megan's joining you as well. Do we get that bonus today? Okay, let's give them a round of applause. And take it away.
All right, thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Justin Euteneier, and Megan obviously needs no introduction. And I just thought it'd be fun to do kind of a bonus session with Megan as we talk about, excuse me, as we talk about demand. So we're going to get into some conversation. Megan, thanks for joining us impromptu. And so first, who is this guy I've never met? I live in Oregon, and so I don't know hardly any Florida people. And so just to give you a little bit of orientation to EPIK and myself, I'm the Director of Programs for the EPIK Project, which is an anti-trafficking organization that has been focusing on demand exclusively since about 2011. But that's just my title, my credentials. My real reason for having any reason to be up on the stage is because about 12 years ago, me and a handful of guys decided to figure out what would happen if we could post some ads on a known prostitution website and see if we could start having some conversations with men to see what was going on. And we have evolved massively since then. And so what we want to do today is actually invite you, thank you for warming the audience up, Megan. We want to invite you into some conversation today. And the arc of being good stewards of demand effort has been from our shift as men showing up in this work who were disgusted and angry in the typical way that most men show up to this work when they become aware of the issue, that we have learned and evolved over time. And so there's an arc to the story of what it means to address demand. And so that is why you have two chairs right here, and there are two other chairs, and we are going to grow as a way to embody how we progressed as an organization in our thinking. And first and foremost in that shaped our thinking was the survivor community. And so Megan and I have been having conversations about demand for years now. And I think at one point you even took some texts or took some calls one time. Yeah. We both like to be like, I don't know, let's see what happens. We have that in common, so we did some experimentation. So anyway, we have a brief amount of time. We have a lot to cover, and I want to prepare you now. We have carved out some time at the end to engage you in some what might be either very welcomed questions or very uncomfortable questions and very provocative questions to get real serious about the topic of demand. So, is that enough of a? You want to add anything? Okay. All right. Here we go. So, first question and we're going to come back to this question to just kind of throw out there is what would happen to the ecosystem of anti-trafficking if men just didn't buy sex anymore. So Megan, I would love it if you would just riff for a little bit on shaping how we should think about demand, and is our current response to demand sufficient? Oh, there's another mic, I think. No? Okay, here you go.
It's fine. We're just riffing organically. How many minutes do I have to ramble? 2? Okay, I'll do my best, you guys. Set a timer. Cut the mic at 2 minutes. I think, you know, as a survivor coming out of the commercial sex trade, I had heard a lot of, you know, we need to legalize prostitution and that's going to solve what's happening to me. I went to college right out of coming out of the life. And in a bank management class, I was assigned, we had to read any book that was business related. And being the person that is never shies away from a challenge, I read Inside the Business of Modern Slavery by Siddharth Kara, who is a former economist, and he wrote all these super intense equations around how to economically look at supply, demand, and consumers of sexual exploitation and sex trafficking. And I will save you the math today because that's going to take more than 2 minutes. But doing this exercise and applying his formulas to the United States at that time, which this was like 2014, I was like, oh my goodness, this formula is not right because these numbers are horrifically wrong. But in the United States, I think the last time I updated this was like early 2019 maybe, so these numbers may have shifted slightly. But right now in the United States, a trafficker's likelihood of being detected, arrested, prosecuted, and successfully convicted is 0.000027. And when you start to unpack all of these formulas, it comes down to the amount of demand for forced, frauded, or coerced commercial sex acts. There is no, you know, federal penalty on trafficking. There is no conviction rate, which right now the U.S. sits at about like 50% conviction rate. There is, if you play with those numbers, it does not actually fix the issue because demand is mathematically why traffickers get away with what they're doing. So for me, I come from that very analytical side of things, and we have to address that if we're really going to make a dent in sex trafficking and human trafficking. I don't know that that was 2 minutes. 2:09. Thanks, Jan.
You said I think you said earlier that you needed your data and research people. I think you may have found another one out there. So given all that, and you know, we've been doing demand work of trying to talk to buyers at the point of purchase through this program that we call Cyber Patrols, which Bryon is going to talk about here in a little bit. We've been doing that since 2013, and we have, just for some scope, we have about 250,000 purchase attempts, which is a singular text thread or phone call to a particular decoy from over 125,000 buyers across the country that have come from active engagements in about 35 cities across the country. And I don't think that we would need to spend any time convincing people that demand as a scope is massive, right? So is our response to the scope of demand as an anti-trafficking movement, is it sufficient?
So we were at lunch talking about this, and I was like, what response? What is our response to demand collectively, right? You have great organizations like EPIK that are doing work, but what is the, domestic anti-trafficking, what is the coordinated response?
I don't know.
Does anybody? Bueller? What is it?
So what? So are you saying then so what I hear you saying is that there's not enough of a demand response. There's EPIK. There are some other efforts out there. They're not connected. They're not holistic, and they're not prioritized and centralized. If let's say in an imaginary world we were able to figure out how to do that, and demand, now everybody decides to own the value and the necessity of demand. Can you speak a little bit to whether or not we would have to trade off exit services and advocacy and policy work? Is it an either or?
Like the zero-sum game, right? And so where are my victim service providers, direct service folks in the room? I think a nonprofit, where's the 501c3s, right? So within the 501c3 space, more broadly, this is not an anti-trafficking specific issue. I think we experience that scarcity, resource scarcity so often, and those spaces become very competitive for very limited resources. And so then adding one more thing to the pile can often feel like, well, that resource, that priority, that funding, it has to come from somewhere. Is it going to deplete the very meager resources that I have to do the work and, you know, meet the needs that are already very overwhelming? So I think I want to normalize that thought process and that experience of like, it's very real. And I also think that when we come together and say this is actually a collective priority and it doesn't have to be a zero-sum game, we can find a solution, whether that's additional funds appropriated or other funding sources, or just really looking at how do we more efficiently use the resources that we have so that we can make some available. I think there's many ways that we can be creative around that. But I also think that there's this tipping point, right, where we can continue to pull people out of the river till we fall over, but we have to go further upstream. And so at what point do more resources come available as we start to address this issue so people aren't continually falling in the river to begin with? And so figuring out how do we prioritize some resources so that we can actually address root causes is really important, so that there are less people being harmed that need resources coming out of those situations.
Yeah, that's super helpful. As a person, as a social scientist, a data nerd, self-professed, and personal experience, can you talk about what it's been like to navigate the movement without having demand centralized as data, programmatic efficacy, policy focus? I mean, Lord, like there are, for anybody who's had the pleasure of reading the multiple thousand-page federal acquisitions regulations, it actually states in there that any company that has a federal contract, if anybody who works for their company knowingly participates in commercial sexual exploitation, the entire federal contract can be nullified. And so my first thought when I heard that was like, I don't know if anybody here works for this company, but like, what if you're like a Lockheed Martin? Or like, does that mean that like, I immediately started thinking about all of the companies that normalize going to strip clubs and all of that activity. So I forgot what's going with that question.
I was just along for the ride.
Yeah. This is kind of what we end up doing. I wonder what it is like for you to navigate the movement with knowing how important it is to have programmatic efficacy, data, policy, and not just demand as a concept, but demand as a actionable thrust within the movement. What is it like to not see that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I definitely cannot keep that to 2 minutes. So I think at the very high level, again, you know, as a researcher, as somebody who's neurodivergent, my brain is constantly identifying patterns and trying to organize them as quickly as like, how does this all fit together? And also, you know, the systems work that we're doing at Polaris now, I'm also trying to figure out how does this system work and how does that overlay with this one over here, and where are the breakdowns in those? And, you know, to your point, there's already laws that exist to hold buyers accountable. Prostitution is illegal across the U.S. except a few counties in Nevada. So, like, why aren't we using those? Why aren't you know, companies that have federal contracts getting those contracts canceled, or just taking a more proactive approach to what they expect of their employees. So I think that's the piece that I find very frustrating is like there's already mechanisms in place. Why aren't they being used and why aren't they being used consistently?
Yeah, and on our end, the and I'm gonna bring the next speaker up here. So as a segue to that, on our end, there's this frustration around how do we think about demand? How do we define demand? What curiosities do we have around it so that as we start thinking about what we're going to do programmatically, policy, how we spend our money, those things are incorporated. So as a segue, I want to float this question out there as Curtis comes up. So the question is, if demand is the engine, why have we built such an extensive response system around everything except the buyer? And to help us unpack that question is Curtis Miller, community psychologist, belonging expert, and very good friend of mine, and who has spent a long time doing suicide prevention work, youth advocacy, but overall, I would say you are an explorer of what is most true in the world and how can those truths help us live more full lives. And so that is why Curtis is going to help us unpack this question. So Curtis, demand is the engine. Why do we spend so much time on everything except the buyer?
That's a very good question, Justin. Thank you for asking. Do I also have a 2-minute restriction? I'm also a pattern geek. Well, you didn't call yourself a geek. I'm sorry if I took liberties. And as Justin said, I still do work in particularly youth suicide prevention. And so when I was invited to participate with EPIK in trafficking prevention or demand prevention, the pattern that I noticed is that we tend to respond to the crisis. In all the years that I spent working in youth suicide prevention, the thing that I noticed over and over and over again is that the thing that gets people really excited and involved in taking action is that there's a problem right in front of their faces. There's kids killing themselves. There's kids who are participating in unhealthy behavior, and we need to do something about it right now. And so I learned and I participated in lots of programs that helped people understand how do you recognize the problem and how do you respond to the problem. And that's critical, important work. And the response that is happening in the anti-trafficking realm is akin to that. There's this massive problem. What do we do about it? And we need all hands on deck to deal with it. You referred earlier to we can keep pulling people out of the river. Well, if there's people in the river that are drowning, yes, we need to do everything we can to pull those people out of the river. But one of the issues that gets left undealt with, if that's the only thing that we're doing, is the answer to the question, why are there people in the river? And you can't answer the question of why are there people in the river if you're busy doing the crisis response work. And so one of the issues that I think is critical or one of the problems that's critical to solve is where do we get the resources that allow the people who are doing the massively important work of pulling people out of the river to keep doing that so that we can also go upstream and figure out what's going on there that's putting people in the river. So that's one of the reasons that EPIK exists in the world, is because one of the things that we believe is that men have a responsibility to be that resource. Men supply demand, and so to create a culture that produces healthy men, we need to be in relationship with that culture in a way that addresses healthy masculinity and how we're raising our kids, how we're behaving in our friendships, at work, in sports, in our neighborhoods, etc. I think that the answer to the question is in there somewhere.
So I want to be clear that this is where we have arrived at. We didn't start that way. When we posted our very first ad, we had a nice long 2-page lecture ready to go to these guys. And I still
Which
don't
they
get
loved,
it.
right?
Yeah.
They loved it.
One sentence in, they kept hanging up. And we just couldn't figure out, why don't they want to hear what we have to say? You know, and eventually we finally figured out, we still had the lecture, but we started it with a question. Hey, you looking for Vicky? Or my apologies if anybody in here is named Vicky. That's my demo name of the decoy. Hey, you looking for Vicky? And yeah. And then we'd go into our lecture. Because we get them talking just a little bit. Over time, we have evolved that process, and Bryon is going to talk about how we evolved that process. He's going to tell you the story of that evolution. But Curtis, I hear you saying that there's something deeper, there's something more upstream. Megan, did you? Because I saw you nodding your head a lot. Did you have anything that you wanted to say in response or a question for him?
I'd love to just add something as you're talking right now, and thinking about how do we address demand and getting to experiment, because I remembered what the time that I was messaging on your platform was. And so I've worked with law enforcement doing demand reduction operations and getting to chat, which for me as a survivor was a part of like restorative justice. It was healing to be on that side of things. But as a social scientist, I was also learning a lot in that chatting, and what we found was that when we asked a buyer who reached out, through an ad, what their name was, and then used their name in the text messages, we were able to get probable cause much quicker. They were more likely to show up to that operation because they felt seen in that moment. And so taking that from this law enforcement perspective and taking that learning into more of a relational space of like, how do we engage in meaningful conversation with a buyer at that point of transaction was really interesting. And so that's what I worked on your platform doing was if you ask for the buyer's name and you engage them, will they stay in conversation longer? Will they share more fully and explain what's going on in their thought process? So so that was connecting those dots.
Curtis, can you share the story of what you and I experienced down in Los Angeles at the Super Bowl by way of helping people to understand how deep this goes culturally?
Yeah, we were down there for the Super Bowl 2-3 years ago.
I think 3.
Anyway. Yeah. And we went out with a team on Fig Avenue. We went with a team that works with women who are on who are working on that in that area. And one of the things that we noticed using our Apple Maps, trying to navigate up and down the strip, was that there was red lines at a lot of the corners where trafficking was happening.
And this was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's the wrong time of day for traffic to be there, which is indicative of the crisis. It made it really obvious. There's something terrible going on here. But one of the things that really stood out to us as we were driving around was that, there's a line of cars on a corner, and there's women getting in and out of cars. And there's also a little kid on a bike, riding his bike up and down the street between those cars, collecting the money from the transactions that's happening in those cars, carrying a backpack. And the thing that breaks my heart and motivates me about that is that's a kid who, generally speaking, we don't say that kid's accountable and responsible for all of the decisions that he made to get to the point where he's behaving like that. Something is happening culturally, and that kid is emerging from the beliefs and behaviors of our culture and is being missed. And the likelihood that kid is going to grow up into a young man. Nothing magical is going to happen on the last day of his 17th year that turns him into a different person on the first day of his 18th year. And really nothing magical is going to happen in the rest of his life that's going to make him a different person than what all of his circumstances and decisions and cultural norms have generated in him as a human being. And so what that kid is to me is a signal. I did it. I worked it in. Is a signal that there's something going on culturally. And if that's true, and we are the culture, all of us individually added together make the culture, then that means not only do we have, it means we have a responsibility. And that sort of comes across as a, gosh, we better do something about this. It also means there's a possibility. We are all in relationship with everybody else. We have an influence. We can create the story that says how things work that doesn't produce little kids who are riding their bikes in the middle of the night collecting money from prostitution.
Thank you. So is there anybody who can give me a time check on, because I think we started a little bit late, which is my way of hedging for more time. What's that? No, I mean how much more time we have. When am I supposed to be done? Do I have 30 minutes left? Somebody please tell me I have 30 minutes. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I love when people tell me what I want to hear. Yeah. So, so there's a cultural behavioral norm that gets established. That means that demand has to be more than just. I'm going to say something uncomfortable, where demand has to be more than just punishment because of what you're saying, where demand actually comes from. It can't be tokenized, and it can't be narrowly assessed. It has to be comprehensively addressed. And so I would like to shift our focus, and Curtis and Megan, feel free to chime in, but I would like to shift the focus to Bryon, who lives here in Orlando, moved here a couple of years ago, and has been doing a great job of building community around demand and inviting men, and he's going to tell you the story of what's happening this weekend, but inviting local men. And I first met Bryon in 2017, I think, when he called me up after having had a class with the founder of EPIK Project, and said, hey, I think I want to know more about what you guys are doing. In 2017, he launched a team of men to do those cyber patrols where we do buyer engagement. And that team is still going, multiple teams, still going strong today. And so Bryon, I would like you to talk a little bit about what does comprehensive demand response look like?
Yeah, I'd say that is something that we're still learning and discussing. And I think one thing that we weren't prepared for when we started, I was living in Detroit at the time, born and raised in the Metro Detroit area, and that's where we launched the team up there. And this is a great example of just the trajectory of many men's experience once they start getting into this work. Very excited and eager to do this, and we really leaned into our hero impulses in a great way, and EPIK was really set up to help us do that at the time as well. So we talk about that script in the lecture. You know, always started with you calling for Wickey. Cool. Well, your number is on file and available for police follow-up. I got 3 things you need to hear. And usually got real quiet real quick, and we loved that. And after about 3 years of doing that, the group of men who I was doing this work with, we all kind of collectively found ourselves arriving at a similar moment, which is like, what are we doing here really? it feels like we need to be doing something more because this doesn't seem to be making a significant difference, or at least a tangible difference that we want to be able to see. And so that's where we realized that we started with the question of, wow, demand is driving this evil in our communities. What do we need to do? Cyber patrols. In the midst of us doing disruption in the sex market in our local community, we began to be disrupted ourselves. It changed. The question that we were asking ourselves shifted from what do I need to do to who do I need to become? And that's when we started to do this dialogue with Justin and Tom, and we just started experimenting with different ways to engage with the guys that wasn't so confrontational up front. And so then what we found is it shifted from, you calling for Wickey? Cool, well, she's not here right now, but I need to let you know what your choices are doing. We were able to provide some real tangible examples. The lived experience experts helped us communicate. And we noticed that this disruption within ourselves caused us to completely reorient what it meant to be a man in our communities and with each other and how we relate to everyone around us. And so after we explained to them what their choices were doing in their communities, it was a simple question. What made you call tonight? Why are you calling right now? And we found that opened up more opportunities. We still got plenty of hangups, but we had more opportunities to actually have a meaningful dialogue with a guy and find out what actually was behind them making that call that day. It's heartbreaking, to say the least. And so that's something that we're trying to invite as many men as possible to come along with us. It's something we're still changing. This is not what I don't feel like I'm at a fixed point right now of where I need to be as a guy. None of the guys back up in Detroit do. And I really appreciate the humble posture that they modeled for me, because I was not the one, even though I was leading the group, I was not the one that first brought this up. These are just other guys saying, Bryon, this is not good enough. I'm like, it has to be good enough, man. This is all we're doing right now. I don't know what to tell you. But they were the ones that continued to prod and forced us to have this dialogue internally as an organization. So.
This is what our platform looks like. Just to give you a quick little snapshot. We get civilian men who hear about the problem, and they get that hero mentality that Bryon talked about activated, and then they come to us, and that's when their disruption gets started. And so it was we actually have a paradigm for this thing. We call it the Rossi paradigm after Bryon, where we are trying to disrupt the market, but that's going to happen when we disrupt the culture that creates the market. And in order for men to be the ones doing that, we have to have our own personal disruption. Be willing to show up with, at a minimum, getting curious about all the things we've been taught about what it means to be a man. And just having open dialogue. And this is a brand new question that's popping up for me, is like, Megan, I'm curious for you what it's like to be up on a stage with 3 other guys talking about demand and like healthy masculinity and, you know, all this kind of stuff. I'm wondering if you'd riff on that. And usually when you do riff on that, I'm like, say that again. Wait, what? Wow.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
No, as I'm sitting here, I was actually just thinking, like, I'm so proud to sit alongside you all on this panel. I think, look around the room, there's not many men in the anti-trafficking space, and even fewer that are willing to like really be reflective and really do that inner work, and to also be vulnerable in sharing that, like, that is a process and what that's been like for you all. And just listening to Bryon and you know, at law enforcement demand reduction operations that I've participated in, my best friend, who's also a researcher, Dr. Data, we call her, she and I, at the point of arrest, would interview buyers and ask them that same question. Like, what was the sequence of events that led up to you going online and calling that advertisement and showing up? And similarly, one of my favorite pictures of myself and Angie ever is me, her lecturing. She looks like she's got like total mom mode of like, you know better. And I've just got this like death stare at this buyer that's handcuffed on the bed. Because filling that same, like, I think you've shared before, like coming in with baseball bats, right? Coming in with that and just like, you need to make better choices. And do you know how awful and do you know how much harm you've caused me and people like you and who you represent have caused me? But in participating in those, and then also the John School in my local community, in my hometown in Colorado, also hearing men talk about what brought them to that point that day, it really does, it changes your perspective over time of what is actually needed to fix this. Because over and over again, we heard themes of loneliness and identity and who am I, and I don't measure up and I don't feel connected. And so hearing this journey, like it is something that is, it is an experience that as humans, I think we all struggle with those questions, but I think particularly men in our society struggle with those even more. And a lot of those experiences are isolated in ways that oftentimes as a woman, I've been socialized to share everything and connect with others and process in community, and men are not. So I think I have gone on my own journey of going from this place of, do you know how much you hurt me, to there is a level of responsibility and awareness and accountability, and what do we need to start doing to have conversations further upstream?
Well said. Bryon or Curtis, did you want to respond to that? She knew who to give the mic to.
I love the fact that you highlighted loneliness and identity, and I think that's just a critical element that truly, like in my experience and my relationships and interactions with men, we don't know how to respond to loneliness well. We don't have good tools for that. I don't think that's necessarily just a man thing. I think that's part of Western culture, that hyper independent. You got to keep your, you know what, in your own sock, and if you can't, it's some kind of weakness. And so we just make ourselves more separated and more lonely, and we compete with each other instead of helping each other. But one of the things that I think is true that we can rely on is that I don't think this. I am also a researcher, and this is what the research says, that the belonging, not the feeling of belonging, but the experience of it is the most fundamental human need. And so if we're trying to figure out ways to help people experience belonging in a deeper way, we can know without a shadow of a doubt, no matter what response we get, that actually is what they want, and it will bring them closer to balanced and whole and healthy. It's not easy, but it's never wasted work.
Okay, so we are going to transition shortly into getting you all engaged in the conversation. I'm suspecting that there are some thoughts and feelings maybe brewing in the room as we talk about demand. But I would like to press a little further into comprehensive response. It's very easy to get philosophical and all of that about demand, and certainly we love to do all of that. But we've been doing a lot of work, and so Bryon, could you say a little bit more about some of the other things? Because you said to your team at one point, like, "Sorry, man, this is all we've got." So not only have we, excuse me, not only have we matured in our response to how we do cyber patrols, but we've expanded on what it means to be involved in responding to demand. So can you talk about that a little bit more?
Yes, I can talk about it, but it'll be quicker and better if I just read about it.
Okay.
Just because these are some initiatives that we didn't come up with our own, but this is a collective. It's a collective effort, which is one of the reasons why I love being engaged with EPIK Project, because of how collaborative you guys are, or we are. And so one thing that I think this is just a tangible thing that anyone can sink their teeth into, but the Demand Declaration, which is a survivor-informed document that was created by an international movement of leaders that calls upon every sector to invest financial resources, political will, organizational capacity, and cultural influence in order to ensure that a comprehensive demand response becomes the North Star in responding to sexual exploitation. You can check this, check out more at the demandcollaborative.org. You can sign there if you want. And you'll also see there's a more extensive list that's available on there, but real quick, just some tangible examples of what is listed there online is you can advocate for mandated buyer rehabilitation programs or John schools. This isn't just talking about it, but this is exercising our will, our collective will. I was going to say while we still can, but organizing our collective will to empower our local leaders to actually utilize this resource, because we know that it's effective. You can offer pornography recovery groups, particularly with outside groups like sex addiction, things like that. You can advocate with your local educational officials to have end demand education brought into the high school curriculum in particular. And then when you're inviting speakers to talk about it, invite speakers who will stubbornly, continually elevate and bring demand into the dialogue in a real and tangible way. And then you can also have demand-focused signage campaigns at institutions, airports, nightclubs, hotels, and even football stadiums. And that is a really sweet segue into a pioneering effort that happened this past year in Jacksonville. Is anyone aware of this? Sweet. Oh yeah, of course you guys are. Yes. So this is an example of what the signage that was placed in every men's restroom inside Everbank Stadium at 3 pilot games during Jacksonville Jaguars this year. This was a part of what is called now the Dandelion Project. And essentially, I'm only going to talk about the demand side of this. This was a citywide initiative in partnership with the mayor's office, the Jags, as well as every other sports team within the city. And the pilot combined visible public-facing awareness strategies with intentional back-end coordination among survivors, nonprofit organizations across the entire gambit of the system. These QR codes embedded, when men scanned that, took them to a landing page where we had video testimonies of survivors bearing faithful witness to what the reality is of that life. And we also had other video testimonies from former sex buyers and male advocates, encouraging men to make better choices and plug in with communities locally that can help them change their ways if they feel like there is any sort of addiction at play that would prevent them from stopping this behavior. So one thing I want to highlight with this is that we were invited to the table to participate in this because of lived experience experts, because of survivors. And this happened specifically because the mayor's office and the Jaguars both listened to survivors when they said what they needed. It started out as just a normal, what are we going to do for our January anti-trafficking awareness campaigns? Well, it turned into something much more magical. I was fortunate enough to have a front row seat watching the person who designed this. Her name is Lisa Shalou. She's an analyst with Bright. Shout out to Bright now. And to me, it was a beautiful example of actually seeing a comprehensive demand response model put into play. And I can only hope and pray that this catches like wildfire throughout the rest of the country. Hopefully people will continue to listen to Bright, and particularly Lisa, and what she says and brings to the table when she analyzes. I call her a systems whisperer. She can just look at what's going on and just find all of the gaps and say, these need to be either bypassed or filled, and I'm going to find the right people to make sure that that happens. So I cannot speak highly enough of her. I can't wait to see her tomorrow night. Yeah, this is just really encouraging to me. This is something that I feel particularly blessed with. I never thought that this is where, when we started doing cyber patrols, and I said, this is all we got, guys. This was not even something that we could imagine, but I think it's a great example of what happens when the community really does come together and elevate survivors and listens to them sincerely.
And what's happening? So tomorrow's the award ceremony, but what's happening on Saturday, Bryon?
Yeah, great. You should. I'm glad you brought that up. So we will be training and launching 2 cyber patrol teams here in the state. We have a group of men here in Orlando who will begin, as well as a group of men from Jacksonville driving down. So we're going to have 2 operational cities here by the end of the weekend.
Any other thoughts or questions before we segue into?
Well, I see Tomas and Dr. Jessica coming up. I feel like this is the Oscars music playing us off.
Such a cliffhanger. I was told 30 minutes. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you all. I'm sorry for the Q&A getting cut off, but we will be around if you want to do an impromptu Q&A. Let's talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you guys, and I'm so glad we're talking about that angle of this really ecosystem, which is the buyer, right? So thank you for bringing your expertise and honesty, and that was really wonderful. We're gonna close out the day now with just a few words for you guys and for you to take away with you. This is a whole community effort, and it's all of you sitting here makes us very happy because we know we have a team within you all in the anti-trafficking community. We have tomorrow morning the events, do major events, drive trafficking, and we have an expert panel that will be here from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here in the auditorium. You can come in person or you can register to watch it live on our YouTube channel, and that's again through our Eventbrite. We then have our Polaris Star Awards tomorrow night. It's so exciting. It's going to be 5:30. Yes, absolutely. You can clap for that. Absolutely.
And I'm just going to read some of the names.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You got it. And so that's tomorrow night from 5:30 to 9. We will be having an opening by our very own Dr. Sweetie is going to be singing her amazing song. And then we'll go right into the awards here in the auditorium from 6 to 7. And then from 7 to 9, we're going to have a wonderful reception over in our beautiful Disney dining room. We have all of if you enjoy an adult beverage, all of the beer and wine have been donated by Republic National Distribution Company. They've their organization called Valor that supports veterans donated this. They also donated different tequilas. So we will have 2 tequila tastings tomorrow night. Please enjoy safely and responsibly and take an Uber if you would like to enjoy that. But we'll have 2 different tastings. We're gonna have a ton of different food, all sorts of snacks, a saxophone entertainer again. It's gonna be great, y'all. Tomas is gonna tell you a little bit about who we're gonna be kind of supporting tomorrow. Yes. And then I would like to close out with a few words before you go into that. I wrote this down because I didn't want to mess something up. So, you know, at the center, we're really collaborative. We want everybody in this room to have a seat at the table, but more importantly, to have a plate at that table. We are collaborative. Our goals, our pillars are education, research, community outreach. So if you guys want to partner with us, please come see us. Currently, right now, with our partnerships with United Abolitionists, with USF, with a bunch of different others, we are currently working on 5 different projects to advance anti-trafficking initiatives. We have 3 research publications, 2 textbooks coming out, all in the center in the next year. If you guys have information that you want to share and you say, I need someone to help me, I have all this information, I don't know how to understand it, let us help you to tell your story better for your platform, right? To what Kailey said, data moves mountains. Data will get you what you need. And if you have data and you don't understand it, come see me. Come see Kailey. She's really smart, this one. So smart, right? And so we can help you guys. So you want to tell your story better to your platform, your community, whoever you're working for. And I like to watch a lot of racing. I like Formula One. Does anybody like Formula One? Yes, I love Formula One. So I was watching it over the break. One of the movies, you know, they have a lot of different ones. And I was watching it, and they were changing the tires. And you know how fast they change the tires on Formula One? 2 seconds, right? And that's like, takes a long time. So I did the math in my head. No, ChatGPT did the math in their head. And it said, if 27 million people are trafficked each year, what does that equate to in the time it takes to change a tire? And it was 1.7 people. So about 2 people every time it takes to change that tire are being exploited and into slavery. So think about that when you're out there, that every second matters. It does, even if you're gonna save one person, you're gonna talk, you save one story, a 2-second, hey guys, we're having a human trafficking event over here, come on, mama. And you tell that 2 seconds could save somebody, could save 2 people. So just think about that. And it's been my pleasure to host you guys here, and I'll let my dear friend Tomas close us out. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Dr. Wickey. And let's give another round of applause to EPIK. You guys are amazing. If you have questions, please see Bryon, our local guy. And Megan, where's Megan? Does she? Oh, I hear a voice. Okay, Megan, let's give her a round of applause as well. Amazing Polaris. Yes, and so tomorrow night, if you have not got your ticket yet, please come. It's tomorrow evening, like Dr. Wickey said. We have 20 awardees this year from all over the nation, including the former Attorney General of Utah, 3-time Attorney General, the Honorable Sean Reyes. I want to make sure I said his name right. Sean Reyes. And we also have the Greater Orlando Aviation Authority, and the team is here. If you'll raise your hands, they're going to be getting an award. Our airport here in Orlando has just been a leader in providing training. We've been doing training there every month since August. We also have the world's first soft room. We're not the only one yet. Canada has one now at the airport. So any victim that's identified on the property or coming through will go to a room that's trauma-informed, victim-centered. And many of you seen the signs in the restrooms too, which are about to be upgraded. We had a focus group of survivors that chimed in on what the posters should look like. So that's coming soon. They're getting an award. We also have Megan, our very Megan from Polaris, is going to be receiving an award. Dr. Brooke Bello, many of you know her for More to Living. It used to be More to Life. And we know we have representatives here as well from Sarasota. And then one of the others is Dr. Joan Reed, who's one of the world's top publishers on human trafficking from the University of South Florida. And so there's 16 others. And many of them you've heard today that were in panels. So please come. I think that it's important. You know, this work is not easy, right? You've heard that today. I love the real raw conversation, especially from the panel, Olivia, that you've moderated, because it is not easy. Anybody that wants to get involved in this for ego or think there's going to be a funding surge is very misguided and very deceived, I'm going to say. Because if you're really doing the work, and if you're really in the trenches, it's not, it's not a job. It really isn't. It's not just for a paycheck. It's a calling, right? And we take it very serious, right? So we just wanted to, again, tomorrow we have the events panel in the morning. We have folks, I think you heard about that, even coming from the United Kingdom and other places. And then, of course, tomorrow night and then Saturday with EPIK. So we are just so, you guys have been amazing audience. And if everybody would please, we want to do a little survey because we're collecting data, right? We've been talking about data today. If everyone will please scan the QR code. And we just have a few questions. It won't take very long. What, like a minute, Dr. Wickey?
Like Formula One fast. Quick. Right? And then you guys, if you want a certificate for attending today, we will happily email you a digital certificate. And if you would like a beautiful printed out one, you can send me an email and I will mail you a printed out one as well. So you guys will have that for you and you can save that for your professional development for today.
Okay. So how do they, is it on the QR
Yeah.
code?
So once you do the QR code, bing, you put your email in, magic happens. May Martinez will do your certificate and get it right over to you. Yes, so thank you guys again. This has been really nice. This has been great. And this is the first year we were able to get some decor for you guys up here, right? We were able to get some lanyards and some great stuff. So thank you to our partners that have been able to help us a bit with that. With that, I think you all should have a wonderful afternoon. Get out there, be safe, and we will see you tomorrow. Okay?
Yes. And thanks again to everyone who has made this possible. And thank you, Rosen College.
Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you, guys.